Good evening, everyone. I now call to order the regular meeting of the City Council and Housing Authority of December, we're not there yet. Tuesday, September 2nd, 2025. Now, if you could please stand, we're going to sing the national anthem together and then say the Pledge of Allegiance together.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed? Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets declared the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
All right. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, well done, everyone. You're in good voice today. So now it's time for our moment of solemn expression. And once again, we have from the Lighthouse Church our very good friend of the city and friend of the council, Pastor Phil Eiskens. Pastor Phil, you have the floor.
I want to thank the City Council for the invitation, and I came with the script, but I'm going to go off script, you know. I look at that word, "In God We Trust," and it kind of gives me a little comfort to know that I can have a little pastoral license here. And there's a scripture in Acts that kind of gives the reason why God brings people together, brings leaders together, citizens together of the community. It's for the best of the community. And I just want to thank the City Council for its moral support and its vision to support what we do at the Lighthouse. And I just wanted to give you an update of a couple individuals. We had a gentleman who was living in his car for 4 years. His name was Art, and he came into the Lighthouse. Now Art has his own apartment, and he has a full-time job with Caltrans, okay? So it's not all roses and rainbows, but, and then there's a gentleman named Clint who was walking the streets of Costa Mesa up to no good. And now he has his own apartment, and he's working for a local Costa Mesa glass company, and he's doing well. And so it's things like this that make me excited about being part of Costa Mesa. And something you may not know about is I live in Buena Park, and it was 83 degrees when I drove home from Costa Mesa. When I got to Buena Park, it was 96. So there's something good about living in Costa Mesa that we don't even realize. But with that, there's just success stories. I think of Ambrose and other guys that have come in and are now have their own apartment, amen, and doing okay. So let's pray. And I thank the City Council for their vision and support for that vision. Okay, so let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this opportunity to be part of this great city and this invocation. And oh, there's so many great things going on here that I get to be part of, the privilege. And so, Father, bless the City Council. I know we have struggles. We all have struggles and issues and things of that nature, but your will be done, Father, that This city is a league ahead of so many in so many areas. And Lord, it's because that you've brought some good people together to do good things. And so I just thank you. I think of the shelter and Nate and his efforts and his work and just so much, Santa Bob. And so God bless this place, bless this city and this city council tonight. And I pray these things in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you, Pastor Phil. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, now it's up to the clerk to do our voice roll call.
Councilmember Pettis. Here. Councilmember Bewley. Here. Councilmember Gameros. Here. Councilmember Marr.
Here.
And if you could please make a statement.
I'm attending remotely. There are no adults present with me.
Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds. She's here. Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Chavez.
Here.
Mayor Stevens.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Hall Barlow, do we have a closed session report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council gave direction in closed session, but there was no reportable action taken this evening.
All right. Thank you. So we have one presentation today, and that's for 2025 Hunger Awareness Month. Tonight we are recognizing September as Hunger Action Month. September is Hunger Action Month, a time to raise awareness and inspire action to end hunger in our community. Hunger affects families in every community, including here in Costa Mesa. Thousands of residents, including children and seniors, face food insecurity each year. Hunger isn't always visible. Many people struggle quietly to put meals on the table. Rising living costs make it harder for families to afford nutritious food. Here in Costa Mesa, we are fortunate to have strong local partners, nonprofits, faith groups, schools, and businesses working to make sure no one in Costa Mesa goes hungry. The city proudly supports food drives, pantry programs, and partnerships that strengthen our local safety net. In the first half of 2025, Orange County's two food banks, Second Harvest Food Bank of Orange County and Orange County Food Bank, together have collectively distributed 36.7 million pounds of food through their networks of food pantries, soup kitchens, shelters, senior centers, schools, colleges, universities, houses of worship, and other community organizations throughout Orange County. It's pretty amazing. To talk to us more about Hunger Action Month, we have Sarah Bazant, who is the Director of Marketing at Second Harvest Food Bank. So, Ms. Bazant, if you could go up to the podium, and I'm going to read from the proclamation that we're going to present to you after you're done with your remarks. Hunger and poverty are issues of vital concern in California, where more than 1 in 5 Californians face food insecurity each day and are uncertain of where their next meal will come from. Nutritious food is essential for all individuals to thrive, yet despite their efforts to provide for themselves and their families, more than 359,000 individuals, including over 86,000 children across Orange County, experience food insecurity. The city of Costa Mesa is committed to taking steps to combat hunger in every part of our community and to provide the necessary resources for those in need. The city of Costa Mesa is committed to partnering with the Orange County Hunger Alliance to educate the public about the vital role of food banks and food care programs in addressing hunger, and to raise awareness about the need for increased resources and attention to combat food insecurity. In the first half of 2025, Orange County Food Bank and Second Harvest Food Bank collectively recorded an average of 811,000 individual food distribution visits per month from our community members facing food insecurity. Abound Food Care helps to facilitate the recovery of over 25 million pounds of excess edible food in Orange County each year, reducing food waste and diverting that food to those who need it. The month of September has been designated Hunger Action Month to bring attention to food insecurity in our communities and to enlist the public in the movement to end hunger by taking action, including by volunteering, donating, and advocating, to ensure every community and everybody in it has the food they need to thrive. Food banks and other organizations across the country, including the members of the Orange County Hunger Alliance, will host events throughout the month of September to bring awareness and help end food insecurity in our local community. Now, therefore, I, John B. Stevens, the mayor of the great city of Costa Mesa, do on behalf of the city council hereby proclaim September 2025 as Hunger Action Month in the city of Costa Mesa. And I encourage all residents to join in this important observance by raising awareness, supporting local food banks, volunteering, and taking action to ensure that every member of our community has access to the nutritious food they need to live healthy and productive lives. Now, with all that, Ms. Bazant, if you have anything further to add, you have the floor.
Sure. You might have stolen a few of my talking points, but it's okay. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Sarah Bazant. I am the proud Director of Marketing for Second Harvest Food Bank. I'm here representing Second Harvest and the Orange County Hunger Alliance, which is a collaboration between 8 anti-hunger organizations in Orange County. Thank you to the City Council and the City of Costa Mesa for recognizing September as Hunger Action Month and raising awareness of hunger and food insecurity in your city. Everyone needs nutritious food to thrive, yet many of our neighbors face hunger every single day. The need in our community remains elevated and is close to COVID levels. In Orange County, over 359,000 individuals are food insecure, including over 86,000 children. In Second Harvest's most recently completed fiscal year, ending June 30th, we distributed over 42 million pounds of food through our network that includes pantries, soup kitchens, shelters, senior centers, schools, colleges and universities, and other community organizations in Orange County. That's why this September, we are asking everyone to join in the movement to end food insecurity. Your voice, your action, and your commitment will help ensure every community member has the food they need to thrive. Because when people are fed, futures are nourished. For ways you can get involved this Hunger Action Month, visit our website at feedoc.org/Hunger Action Month. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay. So now we're going to present the proclamation. We'll all come down and take a photo. Thanks.
Dude, I like how you belt out the anthem.
All right, so now it's time for public comments. Now, it's public comments, as many of you know, for 3 minutes. You're going to get a little ding at 2 minutes. Try to wrap it up. We'll first go to the people that want to make public comments within the chambers, and then we're going to go to Zoom. An important thing to remember about public comments is you can talk about anything that's on the consent calendar, and then you can talk about anything else, but you're not permitted to talk about any item that's on our agenda. If you're speaking about an item on the agenda, then what I'm going to do is stop you and refer you to when that item comes up. So with those rules in place, please, let's start it off. Our leadoff hitter tonight is Jay Humphrey.
Good evening, Council. Jay Humphrey, Costa Mesa resident. Just a couple of things tonight. I had the pleasure of watching 9 guys on e-bikes doing follow the leader on Harbor Boulevard on the sidewalk at about 20 miles an hour. It was a wonderful thing to see the snake going in and out of bus stops and plants and what have you. So it's just something to keep in mind as a further thing on the advent of e-bikes for us. Secondarily, we have 2 Fairview things going on right now. Fairview. We have 2 things. We have both the Fairview Developmental Center housing plan and what have you, and we have Fairview Park master plan. Both of these items seem to be lagging, seem to be dragging on and not seeming to move as fast forward as we would all like to see that happen. And I just urge you guys to do what you can to facilitate that. In particular, on Fairview Park, the master plan, as I understand it, is kind of in a draft form, and it's going to be somewhere north of 300 pages long. So if you want anybody to provide you any thoughtful information at the council meeting that it actually gets presented to you, it may make sense to make sure that that draft is available to the public well in advance, as opposed to 3 days in advance of that meeting. Knowing that we are supposed to see it on the 16th, I'm not sure that's going to happen, but knowing that that's coming up, we've only got 2 weeks for people to digest that kind of time. And if, in fact, we want them to have any opportunity to digest it, we need to make sure that we get that draft to people so they can actually make thoughtful comments to you guys to help you make the best decisions you can make. That's my drive on that whole thing all the time, is that we are here to help you make good decisions for this community and for our regional responsibilities. So we appreciate those kind of things. So please, if there's any possible way to get that draft out early enough so the public can make good comments, please do that. And one other thing, what's going on with the ethics project? I just it seems to now died, and I don't know what's going on with whether we're going to look at a ethics ordinance or an ethics policy coming on, but I'd like to see some of that happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jay. Yeah, hold on one second. Let's make sure you got your time. Okay, and podium mic on, got it?
There's a presentation
Okay.
to be shown to the
Hold on,
audience.
don't say anything. Let's wait till we get it up. Do we have it? Okay, good. I think it's being displayed, Kim,
Okay, thank you.
so you're good.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Kim Hendricks. I'm the president of Fairview Park Alliance, the local nonprofit dedicated to protecting, restoring, and preserving Fairview Park as a passive nature park for present and future generations. I'd like to invite you all to an event in Fairview Park on Saturday, September 13th. It's a bio blitz, and it's from 8 until noon. Okay, and I'm once again having problems with this thing. Okay, option 1, you can do a guided tour with Coastal Corridor Alliance, our good friends. Please register. Next, you can do a self-guided tour. Next, I don't know why I have problems with this thing, sorry. And if you do 30 iNaturalist observations, you will get a prize. Next. So Fairview Nature Park is a hotspot for biodiversity, and if you read any of those, I'm trying to click this thing, I'm sorry. You'll see all the technical reports. Here is us planting the community. This is community volunteers. This is not conservationists. These are just people who live in the community and love nature and decompress in Fairview Park. Next. And we've maintained it throughout the years. It's growing, it's doing great. Next. And there are a lot of special interest groups, but there's only one that actually degrades. This is a bird tour. They don't degrade, they appreciate the resources. Next. And OCME, they don't degrade. They show people how to get close to nature without degrading it. Next. And the annual ancestor walk, okay? They don't degrade it. They go there and appreciate the sacred site. Next. And Charlie, thank you, Charlie. He's the only one of the Harbor Soaring Society that follows the rules. He is on the lawn. Next. And you can see where it says on the lawn. Next. And most people just like to go to walk. Next. And it's for the whole community. Next. Next. This is, look at where the Harbor Soaring Society is. It's full, the vernal pool watershed. They've been degrading it. Next. 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 And they're the ones that are degrading it. Next. A fascicle tar plant. Next. Next. Even endangered species. Next. This is what it looks like. They've destroyed it. Next. Next. And 2 residents. A sensitive habitat is destroyed for 2 residents, which deprives the whole community. This is not democracy. Next. And we are just a private group with over 800 members who want to save it.
That was wonderful. I love Fairview Park. It's really nice there. I'm here representing my community over in Mesa Verde regarding the stop signs that have been placed at Geisler in Washington. And Mr. Mayor would really request your help in getting the stop signs removed. If you look at the state guidelines under California MUTSD, the site requirements are fully fulfilled for 30 miles per hour, 25 or 30. They're fully fulfilled. We're talking a corner with no crash history in the history of our city, and crashes recorded there. There's low traffic volumes. You could be there in the middle of the day, and it might take 2 hours for you to see a car even pass the intersection. Pedestrians are very safe crossing it without a stop sign. It's a safe place to be. And the community, I have a signed petition here with the police officer for over a couple dozen residents who've asked to please have this sign these stop signs removed. Now there is a history or precedent going back 50 years when the Public Works put out 50 years ago signs in people's lawns because they didn't want us to park for sanitation. And my neighbor encouraged me and told me what he did. He got a signed petition brought to the city council, and the mayor was gracious enough to remove all those signs, which I don't know how they did it because eminent domain, I mean, that was right on their private property, so there are obviously some conflicts there. But we're seeing on Geisler these big trucks that park every Monday behind the golf course. They're cracking up our pavement. Tons of potholes. Unfortunately, Public Works is not addressing that, but they have given us stop signs. So California has more stop signs. Iowa is going through our whole community. On corners where in 60 years, we've had 0 accidents. So I kindly request for your help, Mayor, if you could please help us and remove the stop signs. A lot of us don't like them. And especially for the seniors, it's like an inconvenience, just one more stop, in that 1 mile stretch from that corner down to where In-N-Out's at. We got 3 major stop sign sections now, and it's just, I don't know if they're going to continue for our neighborhood down to yours, into the island streets and the bird streets, but I would just ask for your request. I would just request for your kindness to help us out with the stop sign, sir. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, I'm Cynthia Blackwell. Moved to Costa Mesa in 1960. I was not going to talk about this, but this guy brought up the stop signs. You could take those stop signs and you can go put them in over at Crystal Court if you have extra stop signs, because there's not one stop sign from the time you pull across until you find from Bear Street, from South Coast Drive to Sunflower. There's not one stop sign on that whole little thing, nor is there any ADA crosswalks, but that's another story. Anyway, I came to tell you thank you very much for working on South Coast Drive, on the thing where all the houses were blocked off because the fence was falling down. I want to say thank you very much, and I really appreciate it, as do all of our neighbors. We got a letter saying it'll be done in September. There's 3 guys working very hard every day on it, and we're hoping that they meet that deadline, but it's nice to see that being done because it is a safety issue. And the last thing I like to bring up, the other gentleman brought up electric bikes, and I happened to be going down Fairview today, and I was shocked/appalled at the number of kids coming out of Costa Mesa High School on their electric bikes, riding double, nobody has a helmet on, and they're not being very safe. And I'm thinking, where are the police officers? They know what time Costa Mesa High School gets out, and probably it's all these other schools. And the electric bike issue is completely out of hand, and I really hope that they step up and start citing these kids. Better yet, take the bike away, call mom and dad to come get it after they take a safety class on how to properly ride a bike and or operate an electric bike. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Michael Odegaard. I recently moved back to the area. I left during the Great Recession. Prior to that, I was a community planner and designer, and had even worked here at the city of Costa Mesa for a while. So I just wanted to say thank you for taking good care of the city, for actually improving the quality of life. I've noticed it, and it really feels great to come back to a place that is so healing as Costa Mesa. I was concerned about an item on the agenda I won't talk about, but I've had a conversation with your staff, and they are very professional. They know the issues, and so I don't even feel the need to even have to worry about it. But just to say thank you for increasing the walkability and sustainability through urban design that you can do here in Costa Mesa. Keep up the good work, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Michael. Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Cesar Garcia. Hello, Mayor, council members. I wanted to take the time and say thank you to each and every single one of you for all the participation, all the community help and provide that you give to this beautiful city of Costa Mesa. I've lived here for 11 years, and I cannot say that I've ever had one bad encounter with the community, from the police department to the fire department and to EMS. I just want to say thank you very much for everything you guys do in providing for our community and just ensuring that our views are seen and we are represented as a community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh, yes.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Juana Trejo y soy promotora de salud del condado de Orange. Estoy aquí para darle las gracias por todo lo que están haciendo. Arlis, Manuel y muchos de ustedes, porque cuando hablan de llevar alimentos a los hogares no es solamente una caja de alimentos. Están llevando amor, están llevando dignidad, están llevando esperanza. Y sabemos que ustedes son los líderes del condado de Orange por las cosas que están haciendo, por lo cual muchos de nosotros nos sentimos muy orgullosos, porque sabemos que ustedes están haciendo al bien, no solamente para cierta clase de personas. Les damos las gracias y que Dios los bendiga por incluirnos en formar parte de una comunidad que sabemos que ustedes ponen el corazón en todas las cosas que están haciendo. Y no nomás estamos para venir a pedir, también estamos para agradecerles y que Dios les bendiga porque no les pagamos con nada todo el trabajo que están haciendo por nuestras comunidades. Gracias.
Hi, good evening. My name is Juana Trejo, and I'm a health promotora in Orange County. I just came here today to say thank you for everything that you're doing, Arles, Manuel, as well as many of you. And just to say thank you for all the food that you're distributing to the homes. It's not just a box of food. It also is love that you're delivering, dignity, and hope. And we know that you're the leaders in Orange County with everything that you're doing, and we just feel really proud. And everything that you're doing, you're not doing it just for a certain group of people. So thank you, and I hope God blesses you all for including us in being a part of this community. And you're proof that everything that you do, you're doing it with love. And we're not just here to ask for help, we're also here to be grateful and thank you for everything because we don't pay you in any other way. So thank you so much for all the work that you're doing. God bless.
También quiero agradecer al Departamento de Policía porque sé que están yendo a hacer presencia en las comunidades y eso nos da más seguridad. También sabemos que no está aquí el oficial Andy Godínez, pero también él en su tiempo libre también ha sido de mucho apoyo para nuestras comunidades inmigrantes y que también a veces presta su tiempo también para igual ayudar a las personas en lo que se necesita. Buenas noches.
I also really wanted to thank the police department because they've been going and being present in the community, which makes us feel a lot more safe. I know that Mr. Godinez is not here, but on his time off, he does go and support the immigrant communities, and he does donate his time to help those that need it more. So thank you. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you, Juana. Okay, looks like nobody else is coming up in the chambers. Do we have anybody on Zoom that wishes to do public comment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. First speaker is number 613.
613, you have the floor.
Yes, hi, good evening. I had a couple concerns I wanted to raise. I was playing golf at Mesa Linda the other day, and I noticed that they started doing demolition on the Fairview Developmental Campus. And I don't know if you're familiar with the area at all, but there's quite an abundance of wildlife there, and I was wondering if there was any study to burrowing owls that was done prior to the demolition of that site. It's a wide open site, and it's very rich with like I said, wildlife, and I was surprised to see that the demolition had started. I did watch the Planning Commission meeting on the Fairview Developmental Center. I had my hand raised to speak, and for the third time in Planning Commission, it wasn't recognized, but it's another issue. But I was surprised to hear what Commissioner Zick said. I'm mispronouncing his name, I believe. But he said that the community was under the impression that there was going to be 2,300 units and that it was kind of a gaslighting move to bump it up to 4,000. And it was his understanding that once there was 2,301 units, we were going to lose 6 holes on the golf course. This project, it's a big project, and you guys are going to claim the need for housing, which is not true. There's plenty of places that have abundant housing. We understand that you guys want more housing here to increase the density, to make it more Democrat. It's fairly political. I don't know who in their right mind would want someone to live in an apartment as opposed to own a house somewhere else. You're lowering the quality of life for that. But anyways, if what the commissioner said is true, it seems that there's really no need for public input because the public was led to believe that it was going to be one thing, and then when the rubber hits the road, it's something else. And so it's disappointing that the residents aren't considered much in terms of the desires of the community. And finally, I'll end on this. Measure K, we see the project later tonight, which is going to, again, ruin Costa Mesa. I don't understand why anybody who is a Republican would vote for anything that's increasing the density. It's very clear that higher density is Democrat, and you're voting yourself out of existence by putting more people here. So, again, yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is S. Swanson.
S. Swanson, you have the floor.
Again, my name was asked to be not used, so that's interesting all by itself. I wanted to bring up ethics in Measure K. In my opinion, demonstrably has been false. It has left marginalized feelings and an indifference to actual citizens. Someone who lives 300 feet away from your proposed projects. I don't understand why the city is so beholden to developers. The citizens didn't push Measure K, but the city did, and it appeared to well fund it. I'm wanting to ask why the city was so engaged and still is so engaged, signs as you walk in the door, and why was the measure so misleading? I also would like to know why the item on tonight was put out on Thursday for people to be aware of. Friday, the city was closed because they claimed that they are so pushed back for finances that they can't afford to have it open every other Friday. And then Monday was a holiday, and here we are to the actual voting on the item, which I'm sure will be very late tonight and wear out the people here to hear it. So the last caller, 613, ditto to all of that. And Jay Humphreys, ditto to the ethics that needs to be looked at.
Thank you.
Okay, and next speaker is Jose.
Jose, you have the floor.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to thank, first and foremost, Mayor John Stevens for declaring September 2025 Hunger Action Month at the beginning of the meeting. Kind of heartfelt because I'm someone who grew up with food insecurity in Costa Mesa, and it just means a lot. Sorry, it's kind of getting emotional. It just means a lot having something like this and having acknowledgement, because the community was always there for me when I was a kid, and it's just something that I'm really grateful for, and I really love this community for doing this. So I want to thank you, Mayor Stevens, for doing that. And I kind of want to second what Mr. J. Humphrey was talking about. I feel as though there's been a lot of bureaucracy and kind of pushing back on something that we find very important as a community, and that's the Fairview Park Master Plan. And I also don't want the Fairview Park Master Plan to be released 3 days before, because as he said, it's going to be over 300 pages, and not everyone here wants to, copy and paste it into ChatGPT and ask it for a summary. We actually want to read it, and that, of course, takes time because we all have pretty busy lives. So again, I want to ditto what Mr. Humphrey said, and also wanted to thank Kim Hendricks for her presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jose.
Next speaker is Cynthia.
Cynthia, you have the floor.
Good evening, Cynthia McDonald, Costa Mesa resident. Well, you have a full agenda tonight, but one critical item remains conspicuously absent: the long-awaited ethics policy and code of conduct. This is a vital document for ensuring transparency and accountability, and the community deserves to know when it will return to the council for consideration. In addition, I urge you to adopt a sunshine ordinance to enhance public access and participation, especially for community meetings held prior to discretionary approvals. A strong example can be found in the city of Santa Ana, which requires 2 community meetings for new projects, notification within a 2,000-foot radius, not 500 feet, 2,000, live streaming of meetings, and a public Q&A session. These are reasonable and effective measures that Costa Mesa should emulate. Another pressing concern is compliance with the Brown Act. At your last meeting, a violation occurred when the council failed to disclose information to the public and did not allow public comment on a motion before taking action. I encourage each of you to revisit the Brown Act, beginning with Section 54950 of the Government Code, which states, "The people of this state did not yield their sovereignty to the agencies which serve them. The people, in delegating authority, do not give their public servants the right to decide what is good for the people to know and what is not good for them to know. The people insist on remaining informed so that they may retain control over the instruments they have created. In short, the public must be informed of any proposed action in advance so we can provide input. The notion that, quote, you have elected us to represent you, unquote, does not mean the public has relinquished its right to transparency or participation. Costa Mesa residents deserve better. Lastly, I'd like clarification from the interim city manager or the mayor regarding the new regulations on signs in the council chamber. These rules are buried in the agenda, vaguely worded, and not yet codified in the city's ordinances. This raises serious concerns about enforceability and fairness. Allowing the sergeant at arms to subjectively determine which signs are appropriate opens the city to potential legal challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia.
No further speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Right, close public comment. Now we're to council member comments, and first up is from District 6, Councilmember Jeff Pettis.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. And it's interesting that the topic of public engagement has come up tonight. I'll touch on that in a bit. First, I had the opportunity to attend 2 out of the 3 of the events put on by staff for the housing zoning development. I forget the name of it, Carrie, sorry. But I had the pleasure of attending 2 of the 3. I missed the walking event. And thank you for all the hard work that you guys put into those things. I know that it is a lot of work. I do want to touch on my observations coming out of those things. I remember back, first of all, I ran and basically on a platform of financial responsibility and engagement, public engagement. Those are my 2, not all of my topics that were of interest to me, but 2 big ones. And, you know, when I first got on the council and I was trying to learn how this all works and hearing these big discussions on budgetary issues, one of the things that I saw right away was, wow, we spent a lot of money on consultants, which I understand is a necessary part of the process. I'm not sure. My thought was, what are we getting for our money when we spend all this money, and what do we expect from them? And when I think it was Dudek did one of their long presentations, I saw them lay out dates that they were going to do to community engagement. I'm like, okay, it sounds like that's important, and that will be happening, and I'm looking forward to those things happening. And now that I've experienced some of them, I'm wondering if there's some adjustments that could be made, some refocusing of the community engagement piece. Namely, when I was at these events, I noticed there's 6, 7, 8 poster boards that were kind of cycled from one event to the other, and rather lackluster presentation coming from the consultant. I had actually invited or encouraged a number of residents to show up, which they did on both occasions, and actually they turned around and walked out because they were under the impression that they were going to have a chance to engage with the community, ask questions, and that didn't take place. I think that a lot of times we hear from one activist group and the same 6 or 7 people that are willing to speak up and talk on these big deal issues, which is important, but not all folks are comfortable coming to a council meeting, having to wait the 3 hours and only getting 3 minutes. They want a forum. Sure, they could email the council, but they'd like a forum to be able to speak up. And town halls are what I'm talking about. I'm going to read something just real briefly here. Speak Up Newport will attempt to provide answers to the rising question of, quote, where is all the new housing going to go? Newport Beach at their Wednesday, September 10th program. It's a good discussion and long overdue to provide clear, concise information and what's planned. The reception begins at 5:15 p.m., followed by the program and Q&A from 6 to 7. The free event will take place on the Civic Center Community Room. Newport Beach's Deputy Community Development person, I'm not going to say their name, will take the reins on this issue, updating all the status of the city's planned implementation of the housing element and provide details on where applications for housing have been submitted and what's been approved. So I think if Newport can do it, we can do that, certainly. That's a lot of detail. Housing element, RENA is all foreign language to the average person in this community. I understand it now, I think, kind of mostly, and I'm not the smartest guy in the room, but I can think, and there are a lot of really smart people that communicate with me on a daily basis that would like this opportunity. And it's almost, to me, I call it kind of a creeping mindset of we know better. And the Fairview Development Center has come up. I think Jay brought it up and Cynthia brought it up. That's a big one. Just to use as an example, we went from 2,000-ish to 3,000 to 4,000 units. I would like to see a 3D rendering of what 2,000 units looks like on that property, what 3,000 looks like, and what 4,000 looks like. And I want that presented to the community. After I spent some time, once in a while, I make the mistake of going on the socials and seeing what's going on. I was encouraging off a post for folks to attend these events if they really have something to say, because, if you have something to say, say it. If not, you have no right to really complain. And so it was just it was a plea on my part to get the folks involved. And I actually had a sitting planning commissioner respond to that and lecture me on basically, that's nice, we need to hear from people, but this is a very complicated process, and he was warning me to not be myopic in my focus. And so I just had to sit back and go, what's the message is that we know better than the community does, and sit back, be quiet, and let us do our work. And that's not how I roll, and that's not how I'm going to roll going forward, so I just needed that to be known. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Pettis. Next up from District 1 is Councilmember Bewley.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, members of the public. I'll try to be brief tonight because we've got kind of a lengthy agenda. I'm reminded that we get the month of August, take a little time off, and then they punish us for taking the time off by giving us a monster agenda when we get back. All kidding aside, I appreciate it. We're trying to do the city's work here. I'll just touch base on a couple things I've done and hope everyone did enjoy their break. And now we're getting back in, heading into fall, and everyone's getting back into their routines before all the holidays and things kick up. But shortly after I got back, I want to say within a day or two, I had went out to meet with some of the community over on Geisler regarding a sign that we heard about tonight. I appreciate Paul Martin and Raja coming out, organizing that. We got the word out, had a number of citizens come out to discuss an issue that's of real concern to them. And what I'm learning, and I have learned about this job, sometimes it's a little tough, but you have to say no on occasion. And a lot of times citizens, you have a contentious issue, people on both sides of the issue, but eventually a decision has to be made, and it's not always goes in the direction that certain of the citizens like. But I also had the opportunity to meet with owner of the Arco station over there near In-N-Out Burger. They're having some traffic issues related to Giesler, related to that turn over there. These all happen to be in my district. Again, I thank Sergio and Sandy for organizing that meeting and giving me some important information. And I think that was a positive discussion. Hopefully I don't have to tell him no. It was, it's how this process works. And so I hit the ground running on that. Sunday, I was blessed, fortunate to attend the Historical Society, commemorated the 100 years of service that the fire department has given this city. I learned a lot. I mean, amazing where we've gone to. It used to be, it seems like, with our limited apparatus, it was a race to get to the fire so you could stamp out the embers. And they've come a long way. And it was an excellent thing. And I appreciate Chief Stefano giving me an opportunity to express my gratitude to the Chief Department. And I won't go into it tonight, but I had the opportunity to sincerely thank our police department. My son, when he was about 5 months old, had stopped breathing, and they were on it, and now he's heading into his senior year at Mater Dei. So that's not false praise. I appreciate all you guys do. Yeah, I filled up my last couple weeks meeting with various residents on a number of issues. I met with Paul and the traffic management staff, and I appreciated their presentation. We're planning on doing a possible test run over in District 1 on a potential traffic management issue. You can tell I'm not as well versed as our traffic experts, but I appreciate you guys taking the time, and it was a great presentation. I need to schedule a couple upcoming meetings. I was working on it with Chief LaPointe because there are obvious some crime-related issues and things going on in the city. And there were attempts to get that meeting set before I took my summer break, but I'm going to get back on that. I see Nate Robbins here in the audience tonight. I had a great conversation with you 4, 5, 6 weeks ago, and I do want to kind of schedule a follow-up with you there. And last thing I'll say, a shout out to Councilmember Arliss. I know tomorrow there's it seems like a really interesting community event. Unfortunately, this part isn't unfortunate. I'll be celebrating my wife and ours 25th wedding anniversary, so I'm going to have to miss that. But it is something I did wish to attend, so I'm sure that'll be an interesting and educational community outreach seminar. So with that, I'll stop.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. So next up is from District 2, Councilmember Lauren Gameros.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I, too, plan on being brief. We do have a full agenda. I just want to just briefly remind everyone that during the heat waves that we're having, I was in LA today, it was 106 degrees. I want to remind everyone that we do have a senior center and other locations that you can get to if you need to cool down, and they can provide cooling station abilities for you. If you're not sure where to go, just call the city hall and say, you know what, I need to cool off, where can I go? Don't get it to an emergency where we have to come pick you up for a stroke, heat stroke. You know, other than that, I just want to pass it off so that we can get down to city business. Thanks, that's all I have.
You got it. Okay, next up from District 3, Councilmember Andrea Marr.
Yeah, same for me. No comments tonight. Thank you. I'm sorry I'm not there.
It's okay. Safe travels. So next up from District 5 is Councilmember Arliss Reynolds.
Hi, I have a few updates. So I do want to thank our staff. I attended 2 of the housing outreach meetings, the last of which was the West Side Walk. So doing that, the sort of discussion about housing and corridor improvements on the streets, in front of buildings, and it was, relative, especially compared to, being in a room looking at posters. I thought it was really, really impactful. Some really good conversations. I'm always excited to see people I do know, but I'm especially excited when people I don't know come, because those are new conversations, new people engaging in the process. So I do want to thank staff for organizing that, and I highly encourage more out on the streets conversations in our Measure K areas as part of the housing process. I did have some good conversations with the team at the end of that meeting about the broader community outreach plan, and I did learn more than I was aware of in terms of how we plan to communicate with the community about the process and take input at different stages of the process, and I thought that was really helpful. And so my feedback to them was, let's communicate our communication plan and outreach plan, and so I'll request that formally of staff. Thank you also to Chief LaPointe and the CMPD team for, I don't see her, for quickly responding to some community issues. There were some really difficult incidents in the last month or so, and community outreach to ask for support on that. And I've heard, I wasn't at those meetings, but I've heard there was some really good, productive discussions, and so I'm happy to see that that's happening. We got over the summer, council got a letter from the chair and vice chair of our Parks and Community Services Commission, which I really appreciate. They had several specific requests that I do want to support and hope staff will support this. Let us know if we need council direction. Some of their requests were agendizing the Fairview Park Master Plan draft for their September 11th meeting. I support that. I don't know if that's already planned, but I think that's a really good step in the process and fits in with our schedule. It addresses some of the comments we've heard already about requests to hear or see that plan as early as possible. I think it's absolutely appropriate and valuable for our commissioners to be able to weigh in on that. They also requested agendizing a presentation to City Council when they complete their values and principles recommendations, which I support and assume will happen. They requested some additional clarity on the process for subcommittees. This has been a big topic of conversation this year. A question came up also for one of our committees, and so I'll ask staff to just send maybe to all of the chairs sort of the step-by-step. We worked on the policy, but if we could just do the 3 or 4 step process for subcommittee proposals and agendizing, that would be very helpful. And finally, they had a request on park ranger data reports. I think it's appropriate to agendize an item for them to have discussion and give direction on how they would like to see the park ranger reports, including the form and frequency. I was on the Parks Commission once upon a time, and I found those reports really helpful. So thank you to the chair and vice chair for sending those recommendations. On Fairview Developmental Center, thank you for the comments on those. I popped into the website on that, and it seems to be a little bit out of date. So I'd request that we have our team just make sure the website's up to date on sort of latest plans and discussions and decisions related to FDC. I know it's not our project, but if we can also pull in some information on just what's happening at the Emergency Operations Center, that's helpful as well. I looked on the state's website, it's not up to date. So anything we know and can provide, that would be helpful for our community to be aware of. And finally, there were some discussions related to traffic calming and street safety. E-bikes. I'll just say on my drive here today, I passed probably dozens and dozens of cars that were speeding, rolled through stop signs, ran red lights, changed lanes with no signals, and otherwise the drivers were driving recklessly. So want to encourage our police to pay attention to and really watch the dangerous driving on our roads. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is from our District 4, Mayor Pro Tem, Manuel Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. For the students from Mesa, welcome. Hopefully you get your time it's done early for Gov. Really have 4 comments today. One's a congratulations to our general comments for staff, and one is an adjournment. First of all, as you guys may know, school began 2 weeks ago for our students in our city, but we already had Battle of the Bell, and I'd be remiss as an alumni of Smith High School if I didn't congratulate the Eagles for winning their 4th straight Battle of the Bell for football this past Friday. I was there. I saw a good 29-21 game, very competitive on both sides. But don't be remiss, Mustangs. I do know you guys won the bigger picture of more varsity games in Estancia. But it is good to see our youth engaged in activities and having that for their city. So congrats to both high schools in that regard. In regards to the housing walks, I had the pleasure of going to the one based on Placentia Avenue, and it was really good seeing a more active participation in terms of actually going to sites and walking Placentia Boulevard. I think it gave a lot of folks a better vision of where we want to build housing in Costa Mesa, but I noticed it gave folks a lot more voice and agency. A lot of residents told me that they liked this structure more because they felt like their voice was actually heard. It wasn't putting a sticky note on a billboard. It was them actually voicing their concerns and opinions, and they found a lot of value in that. So I think as we move forward with more housing discussions, knowing that housing is very important for our city's future, very important for our young people's future, let's do more of these type of engagements where folks can actually express verbally what they like and don't like, because it seems to give us a lot better results than our prior models. In regards to the e-biking stuff that we mentioned by our students going to school, I do agree with the concern that folks mentioned that there are a lot of students that are riding their e-bikes without helmets. And there's a lot of bad habits that they're doing too. It's not uncommon to see 2 kids on an e-bike or an e-bike not going in a bike lane but going in the middle of the street. And one of the things I want to encourage us, if we're really serious about solving that problem, is our neighbor in Irvine has a really unique situation. They don't let kids bike to one of their high schools unless they take a course with the Irvine PD. I think that might be a good way to solve this problem because it makes the kids actually be educated on what the rules are for e-bikes, and it gives RPD a chance to be a soft touch, but also reinforce the rules. So I don't know if that's our place to go with the school board or PD, but I think if someone can make the connection, it might be something good to do in the future, because anytime we have our kids be safe on e-bikes, we're all better for it. Because the truth is, to all the folks who hate e-bikes, they're not going to go away. For a lot of folks, these are their cars. Parents buy their kids e-bikes so those kids could bike to school and bike to work. So it's something that we have to be cognizant of. Okay. And with that, I want to bring up an adjournment. If Mr. Mayor, we could please end the meeting in honor of Allison Castillo. I'm sorry. As you may know, a couple weeks ago, we lost the lives of one of our residents, Allison Castillo, to a disgusting gang violent incident on Shalimar Drive. It hurts me for a lot of reasons, because she's 1, our resident, 2, of her age, but 3, because I actually had the pleasure of knowing her. She was someone who would go to Soy. She started going to Soy after Think Together closed down. And she'd go once a month. It's very funny. It was clockwork. She would go the moment her homework was due the day before. And she'd go around noon to 1 p.m. before we were open. And, you know, the rule of Soy is if a kid comes to our doors, even if we're not open yet, we let him in. Because we want a kid to be at Soy and not somewhere else. I had the pleasure of talking to her multiple times as we did her English and math homework. She was a very bright girl. You know, not always focused on school. She had other priorities in her life, like soccer and such. But one of the things that really hurt me was like the hope she had for tomorrow. And it's hope a lot of our kids have in our community. A lot of times people like to point at Shalimar and say things aren't good there. And I think I saw a lot of that on Facebook when she passed away. It wasn't really about her. It was about just people's preconceived ideas of what they thought the neighborhood was. But I'm going to tell you what I saw in that neighborhood. I saw a community that instantly rallied around her mother and her family. I saw multiple kermeses where, if you don't know, in Mexican culture, when someone passes away, you throw food you like donate food or donate money for folks to sell food, because in American culture, we don't believe in handouts, we believe in hands up. So folks actually sell their food to raise money. I saw multiple of those for Allison. I want to commend PD for quickly arresting the culprit, and as I always said, when we have those quick arrests, it does a great good for the community because they know there's consequences to negative actions. But the biggest point to me, the biggest silver lining in all this, was a funny interaction I had with one of the moms in Shalimar. When she gave me a call and said, hey, I want you to know that I already called the police chief and we're going to meet with them after the Cannabis. For those that know what I've been doing these past 6 years, a lot of the work I do is not in the diocese, in the background. And one of my big goals was to make an environment in the community feel safe enough to call PD. And while it was very tragic to have it be about Allison's passing, I couldn't help but feel a little bit of, I guess the word is pride. I felt proud for my community for realizing they don't have to be scared of contacting the police chief. They don't have to go to a conduit to advocate for themselves. And as the community heals, because it's not going to be an easy one for a lot of folks in the community, I just want to point out the silver linings. That once again, we're shown how much this community cares for one another, how much we value and support each other. And I think Allison's desire for hope, in a way, is kind of still in the community because people are hoping for a better tomorrow. So I want to commend, as always, Back to School Fresh, the 4th time in 4 years. They've done a community event. I want to thank Sheriff Sells for providing the backpacks this year, but I want to thank the community for rallying around Allison and her family. And I know that she'll live on with all of us as we love each other in this community. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, that was beautiful. Okay. So for my part, we've been out for a month and I've done a lot of stuff, so I'm not going to list it. I'm sure the back issues of the snapshot are available someplace. You could see where I've been. Regarding the Fairview Park master plan, the thing that was brought up by Mr. Humphrey, I get it, you're right. We needed to get that out in advance. I do want to commend our interim city manager, who has now, I don't know if you all have noticed, but we are getting our agenda packets out on Tuesday before the next Tuesday's meeting. And that's the first time that's happened since I've been on council in starting in 2016. So I do appreciate that, and I know it's a sacrifice for staff to do that, and thank you for your sacrifice. It does make a difference. Councilmember Reynolds mentioned this memo that was sent to us by Chair Brown and Vice Chair Wright of the PACS Commission, Parks, Arts, and Community Services. I agree with all the points she made. I'm not going to repeat them, but it was their initiative that brought to my attention and Ms. Gallardo-Daly's attention that really we didn't have on calendar a consideration of the Fairview Park Master Plan by the Parks Commission, which seems a little weird, and we both agreed. And so that's going to delay the consideration a little bit, but I think that extra step of contemplation about it and feedback and opportunity to consider the Fairview Park Master Plan will be better in the long run. So thank you to all of those that are involved in that. Regarding e-bike enforcement, I've said this many times. I have 4 children. I would have loved them to get a citation. And I'm looking right at Captain Chamness when I say that. If you would have given them a citation for riding unsafely on the e-bike, I would have tracked you down and gave you a big hug, because it probably would have saved their lives. It's really time to start doing that type of love with kids. I'm not telling you what to do. It's not my place. But I think as a parent, I would have appreciated it, and because it could have saved my child's life. And if they would have gotten a citation, the least of their problems would have been the citation. The worst problem would have been dealing with their mother, I can assure you. And that's good. I want to comment a little bit on, I'm almost done. I want to comment a little bit on the comments that were made by Councilmember Pettis about the process we're using to gather information from our community. And I agree with him about the Newport model. That's good. I also think that our model that we've employed is good. And I also have talked to the interim city manager about doing kind of a pop-up model where you go to places where the people are and you just pop up and you get their thoughts on housing. All of those are good. I think that it's kind of what we use in other contexts, multimodal, whatever works for people. Some people won't feel comfortable going to Speak Up Costa Mesa and taking their 2 minutes, whatever that is, or asking questions. Some people will be more comfortable in another format. What I would encourage the staff to do, and this is not a way of a criticism as much as it is an observation, and trust me, I do it too, because I'm part of a very technical profession. And sometimes when I talk to people about their cases, I got to be very careful because people don't understand what res judicata is. They don't understand what Code of Civil Procedure Section 664.6 are. I mean, you all know what that is, right? I mean, everybody knows that, right? And you start to talk in the language of in your profession. It's not. I mean, it's a different kind of form of bias, but you can't help it, because that's how you were trained. And then the planning commission comes in and they kind of like are grooving with that same flow, right? They're talking in that planning speak. And when I look at this, whether it's Fairview Developmental Center or the rezoning or whatever we're getting stuff in, I look at it all as it's all about family, right? So I look at, why are we doing this? We're not doing this, in my opinion, to comply with any state mandate. We're doing it so people can afford to live near their family. I mean, if you ask anybody, if you pulled anybody from any continent in the world and you ask them, why do you live where you live? And people live in some godforsaken places, and Costa Mesa's got to be, I think, in the top 1% of where you would live. But you ask them, why would you live in a place like this? And they say, well, I'm living there because it's where my family lives, or I fell in love with a woman and that's where her family lives, or I fell in love with a man and that's where his family lives, okay? What we're trying to do, in my opinion, stripped of all the technicalities and all the references to HCD, DCG, whatever their acronym is find a place where we can live with our families, okay? And that's the objective. At least that's my objective. I can't speak for anyone else. I may never read a housing element, right? But I know that. I know this one thing for sure. I've got 2 adult kids living in my house, right? In part because it's so darn expensive to live in Costa Mesa and central Orange County. I want them to live near me, just not quite so near me, if you know what I mean, right? I've got other kids that live in other states, Illinois, Montana, whatever. That's their choice. Everybody should have a choice. You don't have to live in Costa Mesa just because it's the best city in the world, but you should have the choice. Now, last thing, as to Allison, of course, we will adjourn the meeting for her. But what about this guy, Manuel Chavez, the great mayor pro tem and a great representative for his community, and treasure. And so thank you, Manuel. That's it. Miss Gallardo-Daly, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I just want to recognize a few accomplishments and provide an announcement. Last week, Police Chief LaPointe recognized 5 officers and a Westminster Police Department Explorer for saving the lives of 2 runners at this year's OC Marathon. In those incidents, the officers and the Explorer sprung into action to save their lives by rendering emergency aid before the Costa Mesa fire and rescue medics arrived. For their exceptional bravery, empathy, and commitment to preserving life, Chief LaPointe presented a special order and life-saving medal to the following officers: Officer Madison Bowman, Officer Chris Greeley, Officer Luis Gomez, Officer Bunath Fott, and Officer Eric Rosado. Westminster Police Explorer Kai Vu received a life-saving award, so congratulations and thank you to all of them. I also want to recognize our Costa Mesa television team and extend my congratulations to them. They recently were honored with 6 awards from the National Association of Telecommunications Officers and Associates. The awards competition honors excellence in broadcast, cable, multimedia, and electronic programming produced by local government agencies. This year, there were more than 900 entries submitted by local government agencies across the country. The awards they won were in a number of categories, including overall excellence. So thank you to them. The CMTV programming originates from City Hall, and they provide governmental, informational, and special interest programming, including coverage of the City Council and Commission meetings. And finally, led by our Economic and Development Services Department, and you've heard the council speak of it tonight, the city will be hosting another Neighborhoods Where We All Belong event, led by our director, Carrie Tai, to gather input from residents, local businesses, and community organizations about future housing. The next event will occur on Wednesday, September 10th, starting at 6 p.m. This event will focus on the North Costa Mesa, Sobeca area at the fieldwork offices at 150 Paularino Avenue, Building B. Food and Spanish language interpretation will be provided. Share your perspectives on these areas, your priorities related to housing, and help the city plan additional housing opportunities. For more information about the Neighborhoods Where We All Belong effort, visit our website at www.costamesaneighborhoods.com. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we're going to get a report from our city attorney, Ms. Hall Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I've done enough talking already today, but I will be presenting to you later this evening, and I'll leave it at that.
All right. I look forward to that. Okay, now we got the consent calendar. Consent calendar, all the items are to be considered routine and will be acted on in one motion unless they are pulled by a council member, member of the staff, or member of the public. We have one item that Councilmember Bewley has pulled. That's item number 5. We also have a recusal by me because of consent calendar item number 3 to the warrant resolution because of contributions to my campaign by Ware Disposal and Everett Dory, and Councilmember Gameros because of his wife working for Priceless Pets. So apart from that, can we get a motion on the balance other than 5? Okay, got it. So the motion is by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, seconded by me, Mayor Stevens, and let's call for the question.
And remember, it's roll call.
Oh,
vote.
sorry, voice vote.
Yes, please. Councilmember Pettis? Yes. Councilmember Reynolds? Yes. Councilmember Marr?
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros? Yes. Councilmember Bewley? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0.
Great. Okay, now let's, Councilmember Bewley, you pulled number 5. Do you want to be heard on it?
Yes, I do, Mayor.
Okay, you have the floor.
Sure. I pulled that so that my fellow council members could rib me later for extending this meeting longer. All kidding aside. No, sometimes I'll pull something from consent calendar because I think it's important to shine a little light on what I consider to be a positive thing that staff and council is doing for our city. And on this one, and I'm going to support the motion, obviously, but I did have a couple follow-up questions. But obviously, this is to extend the school resource officer services agreement where the city works with the school district. We have an agreement, and some of our officers are deployed at Estancia High School, Costa Mesa High School, and an intermediate school. And with this tragedy, the most recent tragedy in Minnesota, I think we're reminded how important it is to have law enforcement where the most precious among us, our children, are at. But a question did occur to me, and I guess this is the moment where I get to ask some questions to the motion. I see that we've got this agreement concerns law enforcement coverage at the 2 law schools and the intermediate schools. How are we situated in regards the grade schools or the lower schools?
Excuse me. There you go.
Lieutenant Scott Stafford, I'm the Investigative Services Lieutenant. We spoke previously, so my area of expertise would be anything investigative services, including Detective Bureau, Gang Unit, School Resource Officers. So as far as the elementary schools go, and first of all, the 3 SROs are actually assigned to the 3 high schools, Back Bay, Estancia, and Costa Mesa. As an on-needed basis, if we get a phone call from any of the elementary schools or middle schools, then they respond there appropriately. That's the coverage for right now. Obviously, if there's anything imminent, patrol and any other officers on duty that day would be responding. But because of their intimate knowledge with the schools, they listen for those calls and they instantly respond.
Now, is it primarily a funding issue, why we're limited just to the high school? It seems a lot of what you're reading here about these crazy things seem to happen at the youngest ages sometimes.
Variety of issues. Funding wouldn't be my part of it. It's more staffing, even to have 3 SROs. Even in years past, the most we've ever had is 4 for our city. Most cities around us are only going to be staffing SROs at the high schools because that's usually where the highest number of population is. On the day-to-day problems that cross into the criminal threshold, it's going to be more of the high school nature. Obviously, at elementary schools, with the kids being as young as they are, that doesn't usually come into a criminal element unless it involves adults or something like that.
Okay. And this may be more of a staff question. This agreement is kind of a sharing of the expense agreement between the school district and the city. Is that correct? We share the cost 50-50?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is there, and I'm not looking to pick a fight with anybody, is the safety and security of the schools that typically fall within the jurisdiction of the school district, Newport Mesa School District?
Yes, sir. So Newport Beach PD has an MOU also, and they're responsive, even though it's one district for the schools in their city. Is that the question you were asking?
I was kind of saying, I'm certainly supportive that the city should assist the school district to support security at the schools, but I'm just as a curiosity point, technically if we weren't here to support them, they'd be looking to their budget to the extent there's security issues at the school. Or is that not a fair question in this forum?
I don't know if I can respond for the school district, sir, but I know this partnership's been in existence for quite a while in this format, and the cities around us share this particular format.
Okay. And then this is all well and good for the public school system. What kind of coordination and cooperation do you have with some of the private Catholic schools or Christian schools or other in the community that seem to be sometimes even a bigger target for some of these crazy events going on nowadays?
We communicate with them as they request. I know we've even done site surveys if they've done it, requested it, things like that. As far as safety, they've asked us about how they can lock down campus cameras, things like that. In general, with this MOU with our school district, obviously these 3 dedicated staff are meant to be for the public schools. But the private schools, even in previous incidents, we've staffed officers at the private schools too, or near them.
And I'm not a police officer, so I don't want to get into how you guys figure this out, but it would make some sense to me that, for instance, a Catholic school, a high-risk moment during the day would be the when the children are arriving, when there's morning ceremonies, morning masses or whatnot, is there an increased police presence, patrol in the area? Do you guys take that into account when you're allocating your resources during the day?
Yes, sir.
Okay, those are all my questions. I appreciate all your service, and I appreciate knowing that City of Costa Mesa's police are out there doing their best to protect our kids.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens, and thank you so much for joining us today. I have 3 questions. Disclosure, they kind of come from the school board trustee in my region, Ms. Anderson, and the superintendent. So I'll ask them kind of in, if we can add these to the item, and if there are any questions or comments that you have, I really appreciate it. And I see the captain going down, so I'll wait for his presence. But the first one is, I think in the past we've asked for like an annual report. And I'm not sure if we have an annual reporting for our SROs. So I guess it's a 2-pronged question. Like, what would that look like? In terms of what data could we share? And do we do that currently?
Yes, we keep monthly stats on the SRO activity, and it's for quite a while been reported up our chain of command. If there's a specific stat you're looking for, obviously we'll try and provide that. But in general, they document things like the amount of counseling sessions. Obviously, arrest is a component of what they do. Parent conferences that are requested, things of that nature.
And is that information being shared with the school districts as they may create a plan for a student, or is that something that we keep just in PD side?
Depends on the nature of it. I mean, the district's aware of the activity of our SROs. I mean, almost any call for service they're on, their principal's going to know about that. It'd be a rare occurrence that it wouldn't. Now, granted, summertime, break time, that's a little bit different. But that's the whole nature of our SROs, is to have that relationship with the principal, and especially the assistant principal, because they're usually the ones charged with any kind of discipline on campus.
Got it. And then considering what you just shared with me, do you think there is a need for us to add language to this item to say, or to require that you guys provided a report to the district or vice versa to the PD?
Yeah, anytime they've asked for information, we give it to them. I don't know if it's something else that's been given to them regular. I know in the, I thought it was the state of the city, we've also provided some of that information.
Councilman Chavez, you might be referring to earlier today, we did receive a call from the district. There was some language that was in Newport Beach's MOU that they had that we did not have in ours. In fact, once we read their language, we did put that in ours. We brought a copy of that tonight for every council member, including the city attorney, to review. I think Scott may actually have exactly where it is within this document, so we can take you right to it and show you that, and that might be referencing your question.
Actually, you're right on target, Captain. So I was going to actually reference the first of the 2 segments you mentioned, which is 3.12 remote access. So you're saying that both that one and section 2.110, which is regarding FERPA, is already going to be addressed?
Yes, sir. We just added the 2 additional lines there, one having to do with access to the system that's called ARIES for student database during the day. Already they were making their principles known, but if they wanted that language added, we were informed of that want today. And then the other one being that and I ended up having to bump the numbers down. If you look at the one you have now, there's now an additional one. So 3.2 and 3.3 are the ones we're talking about. And under 3.3, it says SROs are required to document their interactions with students related to investigations, which we already are anyways because we're dealing with juveniles, and we document all our criminal investigations.
Okay, perfect. Well, I think you've already addressed the concerns I had. So thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for adding that language from the Newport Beach contract. We did get an email referencing that today, and a couple other things stood out in there. One was a reference to training, and one was a reference to vulnerability assessments, which I didn't see in ours. I'm assuming that's something that wouldn't have objection to, and just sort of thinking through the process. Sort of a blanket for support for anything additional the trustees wanted to add to be consistent with the Newport Beach contract. I'm assuming that you would be in support of. Any concerns?
No.
Do we do vulnerability assessments?
Yes.
We do, okay. So that's
Yeah.
just spelled out in their contract and not ours.
Yeah, and and they were provided this one almost a month ago. So some of the things that came out of it were a little bit of a surprise, but
Yeah, yeah. What is the process? Because I know it's September now, and we're talking about backdating this, I think, to either June or July, right?
July,
So
yeah.
what is the process? Because we have to approve, and then they have to approve, and if they have changes, does it have to come back to us?
That's why we'd given them a month heads up. I hadn't heard any response from them. And then this year, there was a little bit of a delay just because one of the main things that changes from year to year is just the cost of the officer, since they're splitting the cost.
Yeah.
So as that changes every year, we wait for finance, like especially if there's a contract year. And then as soon as we have that in, we get it to them. Finance gets it to us as quick as they can. And then that was provided to them.
Got it, okay.
Yeah, the only amendment that we changed from last year's just was another Newport Beach one, where they talked about access to cameras.
Right, I saw that
Yeah.
change. Okay, sounds good, thank you.
So I just have one quick question and then a comment. Newport Harbor, like 60% of the kids that go to Newport Harbor come from Costa Mesa. And of those 60%, a lot of them are from the Shalimar areas that we've talked about at some length tonight. To what extent, and as I was reading this, we do not have an SRO at Newport Harbor. Am I right about that?
No, because that's in the city of Newport Beach, so they maintain an SRO there that we regularly communicate with.
And so, I mean, do you think that's sufficient? Is there anything more we could do? I mean, it just seems like it's a bit of an at-risk situation in terms of things happening with Costa Mesa students at that school, and then taking back to the community. I mean, is there a way that we can increase our presence at Newport Harbor rather than relying on the Newport Beach Police Department? Is this something maybe I should talk to Joe Stapleton about, or what can we do?
I mean, we're regularly there on campus. I mean, obviously there's jurisdictional issues always with police work.
Sure.
But we are probably close to on a daily, weekly communication with their police department, with their school resource officers. Anytime we have an activity in our city that we think is going to come back to the school, our SROs, and a lot of them have gone to the same classes together, communicate with their SROs, talk to them about like, hey, we've seen an increase in this kind of crime, just to put you on the heads up. And
Good.
And they're regularly communicating, sharing, if there's a crime where they can't identify somebody, they're on the phone with us and vice versa.
So you're comfortable with the arrangement the way it is?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. And then the other thing I did was just I appreciate those answers. The other thing is just a comment and to build on what Councilmember Bewley said. So both of our children, all of our children, I don't even remember how many we have at this point, but they all went through St. John the Baptist. St. John the Baptist, I don't know if you've been over there, it's an absolute fortress. I mean, it's the safest place anybody could possibly be. If you're feeling unsafe, try to get yourself into St. John the Baptist. You'll never get in, right? Unless you're authorized. So I had to go to an event. I love this event. Every year they invite me to go to St. Joachim's, and it's almost the polar opposite at the time. And some of the parents were actually raising the issue with me, and I brought it up with Chief Lawrence, and he was really generous with working with St. Joachim's. And I'm going to go back there whenever it is, Catholic Schools Week, and I'm going to check it out. But even within a year, from the first time I went to the second time I went, the security had improved. And I think that was in part because of the work that you did, and I appreciate that. And for anybody who's hearing this, not that anybody watches these things, but anybody who's hearing this with a private school like St. Joachim's or whatever St. John the Baptist is covered, please, the work that you guys do to do assessments and environmental vulnerability and stuff like that is really keeping kids safe, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
All right, let's open it up to the public. Okay, I don't see anybody coming up, so let's close public hearing and let's get a motion.
Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, there's nobody on Zoom that wished to speak.
Oh, yeah, thank you for telling me that. Okay, we got a motion by Councilmember Reynolds. I'll second it.
Well, you don't know what the motion is.
Yeah, what's the motion?
So the motion would be to approve staff recommendation with the amended contract provided to us tonight, and also support for incorporating any additional language in the Newport Beach SRO contract, and any additional training or reporting activities developed between Newport Mesa staff and CMPD.
I'm still going to second it. Okay. Do you have any comments you want to make? Councilmember Reynolds?
No,
Okay.
in addition.
Okay, fine. I have no comments. Let's call for the voice vote.
Okay, Councilmember Bewley? Yes. Councilmember Gameros?
Yes.
Councilmember Marr?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds? Yes. Councilmember Pettis? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, we have 3 public hearing items tonight. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title for public hearing item number 1?
Public hearing item 1 is introduction of an ordinance entitled, "An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Costa Mesa, California, adding Chapter 16, Prohibition on Sale or Distribution of Nitrous Oxide to Title 11, Offenses Miscellaneous of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code to establish regulations prohibiting the unlawful sale or distribution of nitrous oxide in the city." Presentation by Captain Shamnes.
All right, Captain Chamness, you have the floor. We need to heat up your mic. Oh, excellent. We've got the printed out one.
Mayor Stevens, members of City Council, thank you for having me here tonight to discuss this very important topic, which is the recreational use of nitrous oxide. What I've given the interim city manager is a couple examples of nitrous oxide canisters. I'm not sure that everyone has put their hands on them or seen them. I would ask that you just pass them down along the line. Don't remove the cap from any of them. Just pass them on if you would. They're not samples, they're examples. And that's actually a good place to start. Yeah. Before we pass this ordinance. That's a good place to segue because nitrous oxide in itself is not bad. Nitrous oxide is used in the medical field as an anesthetic, most often by dentists. It is used in the food industry. It turns cream into whipped cream. It turns chocolate into mousse. It is used in the off-road and on-road racing industry to oxygenate fuel and make cars faster with more horsepower. But where it is a problem is in the area of recreational use, especially with kids under the age of 18 that can't necessarily monitor and control their usage of this gas, which can lead to not only, serious effects on their body and their mental capacity, but can also lead to death. So what I'm going to do is take you through a brief PowerPoint, provide some background on what brought us here today, and then answer any questions you may have at the end. So for the past, well, actually probably the past decade, but really the past 5 years, there's been a growing recreational misuse of nitrous oxide in the country. It's not only Orange County or California, but it's throughout the country. Often it's considered what people would call a party drug. You'll see it at a lot of raves and similar events such as that. It's an odorless, typically odorless, colorless gas, commonly used as medical anesthetic AKA often called NOx, NOS, laughing gas, or whippets. There is existing state laws currently, but many of those laws have loopholes. And we'll talk a little bit more about those in the next slide. What we're hoping to do here is establish a few local regulations that will give us just more tools in our tool chest to combat what is really the sale of nitrous oxide for recreational use. Before we brought this to council tonight, we did send out a couple of letters. Most of the locations in our city are smoke shops that were selling this product. We did not find it in any other retailers throughout the city, meaning we don't have a retailer that sells it at a high-performance shop. We didn't find it in any wholesale food vendors or food sales companies. So this was mostly at some of our local smoke shops, which we have approximately 35 in the city of Costa Mesa. So we did correspond with a couple of them. This ordinance also aligns with some of the other ordinances that have recently been adopted by both the Orange County, or actually the County of Orange and the City of Santa Ana. Currently, Irvine is also taking an ordinance very similar to ours to their city council, and it is my understanding that Tustin and Fountain Valley are considering the same. State law. You may be aware that several months ago, some of our Special Investigations Unit officers went out and conducted some visits at some of our smoke shops. They were able to use some of the current state laws, but if you look at the state laws, one, for example, is prohibition sales to minors. Well, if someone comes in and doesn't declare themselves a minor, or the person selling it doesn't ask for ID, that's an easy one to get around most often. Another is that it's a crime if you know, or the person selling it knows that the person intends to use it recreationally. Well, you can see where the problem is there. If someone says, no, I intend to make whipped cream with it, well, it's no longer a crime. So that's a loophole, one that we're hoping to close with this ordinance. One that we did use successfully, and what led to some of the closures of not these facilities, but they're actually stopped on their own, realizing that this was going to lead down a bad path if they continued to sell in our community, was the requirement by the state of California that they record each transaction. Most of these smoke shops, of course, were not recording any of the transactions they made to anyone in the city. Here's a couple examples of nitrous oxide for sale. These are our local establishments. The items you see in the red box are all nitrous oxide. And most of the stuff you see outside of the box around some of the periphery is also nitrous oxide. In several of the stores that we visited that had nitrous oxide for sale, this is exactly how you saw it displayed. Some of the background data: steady increase of nitrous oxide incidents have been associated to nitrous oxide since 2020. We saw a 100% rise in nitrous oxide incidents between 23 and 24 alone. 125% increase in related calls for service and arrests between 23 and 24. We've had 2 suspected overdose deaths linked, or what we believe is linked to nitrous oxide since 2020, and approximately 10 traffic collisions in the last 5 years. And I put a bar graph on here just so you can kind of see how it has progressed over the past 5 years. In 2020, you're talking 4 incidents, all the way up to 2025, where we're already on track to hit roughly around 40. What do we hope to accomplish with this ordinance? We hope to reduce public access for recreational abuse, decrease health and safety incidents associated to recreational nitrous oxide use, close state law loopholes, provide more tools for local law enforcement to intervene, and some of the punishments that you would see would be violators would be subject to a misdemeanor citation or arrest and up to a $1,000 civil fine. And ultimately, we believe this helps protect our community. Some of the outreach, as I mentioned before, we did send 2 letters to any business that we believed would be selling nitrous oxide or we've known to sell nitrous oxide. We also, in the last couple of months, have done a couple social media campaigns talking about the risks associated with the use or recreational use of nitrous oxide. We also have a pending social media campaign, especially if this ordinance passes in the next couple of weeks, one that we can tie to the passage of this ordinance that we will be doing via social media. And as to mention once again, and it was something that was certainly important for me as I was drafting this ordinance, to make sure that we were not punishing any business that was lawfully selling nitrous oxide, because like I said, there is a reason and a use for it lawfully. Staff's recommendation is that the City Council introduce for the first reading the attached ordinance amending Title 11, Offenses and Miscellaneous of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code by adding Chapter 16, Prohibition on Sale or Distribution of Nitrous Oxide, to strengthen local regulations of nitrous oxide sales. That is the end of my PowerPoint presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Questions, council? Okay, let's go with Councilmember Camaros first.
Thank you. I appreciate this very thorough and informative introduction to this. I do have several questions regarding the addition of other types of whatever the people are using these for, things to get high with. So we only have nitrous oxide listed in here. In addition to that, have you heard of a substance called kratom, K-R-A-T-O-M?
Approximately 2 to 3 weeks ago, I heard about this, yes.
Okay, so this is also something that's becoming a large problem that people are using as a synthetic to opiates.
Yes.
Is this something that you think that we should be looking into and possibly adding to this ordinance?
Yeah, I think it's distinctly different than nitrous oxide and what this ordinance might be trying to accomplish, especially with something that is lawful and legal to use, like I said, in the medical food. But it is something that is growing that I recently just heard about, nothing that was on my radar prior to drafting this ordinance, and something that absolutely we should consider. And if we need to come back with another ordinance that captures that, we can do so. Whether or not it would be appropriate to add it to here might be a question, you know, that we need to talk to legal about and consider.
I think this one should stand alone for now, and as we see the developments with kratom that are coming potentially from the state, then we could do something individually on that one if we need to.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Absolutely.
That's all I have for now.
Absolutely.
Anyone else? Okay, let's hear from the public. Robbie, you have the floor when you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Hello, Mayor Stevens, Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, and other members of the council. My name is Robbie LaBounty. I'm a district representative for Orange County Supervisor Katrina Foley, and I am here tonight to speak in support of this proposed ordinance to prohibit the sale of nitrous oxide. And I'm here to read the letter from the supervisor, if I may. Dear Mayor Stevens and City Council members, I write today in strong support of the ordinance proposed by Costa Mesa Police Captain Jason Chamness to prohibit the sale and distribution of nitrous oxide in the city of Costa Mesa. Nitrous oxide is a dangerous, highly addictive inhalant that can cause oxygen deprivation in the brain, leading to dizziness, unconsciousness, and even death, with recent increases in related DUIs. Prolonged misuse can result in serious long-term neurological damage, including memory loss, particularly among users aged 16 to 25. Currently, retailers are profiting off of this dangerous drug. A glaring don't ask, don't tell style loophole in state law allows retailers, smoke shops, and liquor store owners to sell nitrous oxide so long as they don't ask the buyer if they plan to get high, with many of the products and attachments designed for human consumption. During my October investigative hearing on substance abuse in Orange County, we heard directly from county health officials, safety professionals, and state policymakers about the alarming increase in the use of NOx. In February, the Orange County Board of Supervisors approved my proposed ordinance to ban the retail sale of nitrous oxide in unincorporated Orange County, becoming the first county in California to address the issue. In March, the United States Food and Drug Administration issued an advisory for consumers to not inhale nitrous oxide products, citing serious adverse health impacts when inhaled. I want to thank Costa Mesa Police Department for their enforcement efforts earlier this year when detectives and officers conducted a sting operation targeting smoke shops illegally selling nitrous oxide. Their work resulted in citations for 2 businesses and seizures of hundreds of canisters. As a large city in Orange County, Costa Mesa is poised to send a strong signal to the other cities in our county that we must take action to address this public health crisis. I strongly support the adoption of this ordinance. Respectfully, Supervisor Foley. Thank you.
Thank you, Robbie.
Thank you, Mayor.
Anybody else? Anybody on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Close public comment. Okay, I'll move the staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, good. Yeah, thank you, Captain Chamness. I know it was a lot of work. Thank you to Supervisor Foley for moving this forward at the county level, and it's good that we're bringing it down to our city, and I hope other cities do the same thing. It's a very dangerous situation, and it's completely unregulated, the sales, and I appreciate the enforcement you've done already, and I think this is a good motion and a good recommendation and a good ordinance. So that's the basis of my motion. Do you have anything to say? Second?
No, anytime we have a chance to, make sure our kids are safe, it's a good thing. So thank you guys for bringing this forward.
All right, do any other council members wish to be heard? Okay, let's call for the voice vote.
Councilmember Reynolds? Yes. Councilmember Pettis? Councilmember Marr?
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros? Yes. Councilmember Bewley? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right, excellent. Now we're moving on to public hearing item number 2, which is just a very brief continuance of the Hive Live, but let's read the title.
Yes, this is the final environmental impact report, general plan amendment, rezone, specific plan amendment, master plan, vesting, tentative parcel map, density bonus, and development agreement for Hive Live at 3333 Susan Street. And again, staff is recommending the city council continue the already open public hearing to the October 7th, 2025 city council meeting. But Mr. Yeager, the senior planner, is available for questions.
Okay, the public hearing remains open. Is there anyone that wants to take their bite at the apple now? If not, do we need to take a motion on this to continue?
Yes, to continue.
Okay, okay, I'll do it. Oh, Manuel Chavez, Mayor Pro Tem Chavez made a motion. I'll second it. It's to continue it?
Correct.
Okay. I don't have any, you have any comments? I don't have any comments. Let's do a voice vote.
Oh, I'm sorry, we have one public comment on Zoom.
Sure, sorry. Yes, of course. Go ahead, you have the floor.
In driving past 3333 Susan Street, it looks like work is already commenced at 333 Susan Street. So I guess my question is, why does it sound like it's not already ongoing? It does appear as though a lot is being done. Also, I can see that this is going to stall to the as late as possible. So I'm going to refer the public to page 39 and beyond, to the Dr. Phil lawsuit as well, to give them a glimpse of how financials move around. And I will leave that for when you throw it on the agenda late tonight, because I won't be here for that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we'll keep the public comments going, but we've heard of public comment. Now we're ready for a voice vote.
Thank you. Councilmember Pettis? Yes. Councilmember Reynolds? Yes. Councilmember Bewley? Yes. Councilmember Gameros? Yes. Councilmember Marr?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, and then on public hearing item number 3, would you please read the title?
Are you going to take that? Okay. Appeal of the Director of Development Services determination that cannabis business permit MQ-21-15 for a cannabis storefront located at 2301 Newport Boulevard. Culture Cannabis Club is non-operational and abandoned. And at the request of the applicant, staff is requesting that this item be continued to the October 21st meeting. However, staff, Ms. Halligan, senior planner, is available for questions.
Okay. Is there, I mean, is there any, if there are no questions, we'll open it up, we'll open up the public hearing and then we'll continue it. And so let's open up public hearing. Does anybody want to be heard on this matter? Anybody on Zoom? Okay, we'll keep the public hearing going and let's get a voice vote on the continuance. I'll make the motion. Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez. Let's, sure, of course, yeah.
Maybe I was distracted, but what's the basis for the continuance request?
Good question.
I'll let the planner answer that.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens and the council. The request came in from the applicant and they are seeking additional time to work out some lease agreements with the property owner.
Okay,
Can I have a question on legal counsel?
of course.
If I'm of the impression that that's not a legitimate, reasonable basis to seek a continuance, is there any issue with us proceeding?
The continuance request is subject to the council's discretion.
All right. Then I'd make a substitute motion. Well, I'm sorry, you had a motion, Mayor.
No, you can, if you wait, well, the public hearing is open, okay? So the one thing I just do want to ask, it just as a matter of fair play, right? What representation, I know we've got all the discretion in the world to do everything that a court doesn't tell us we shouldn't do later, but what has been communicated to the applicant in terms of this request for a continuance? Because, you know, the applicant, this is a hearing for the applicant, right? They're not here. Did we give them anything to suggest that they shouldn't be here?
Mayor and members of the City Council, yes, in response to the applicant's request for the continuance, we did indicate that we would communicate that to the City Council, and that's been done. However, the applicant, I believe, is on the meeting tonight, on the Zoom meeting, just to ensure that they're available for any questions as well. But it's simply that we would communicate the request for the continuance.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Are we in public comment, or are we at the stage where we get to ask questions?
Well, we haven't closed public comment. The idea is to continue it to the 21st of October.
Again, a bit of my education on process. Do we typically, council gets to ask questions, then we open up to public comment, and so we've kind of jumped past the questions, because if that's the case, I got a couple of questions, and I would invite the applicant, if they're on the phone, to answer a couple of my questions. Is that an appropriate procedure, Ms.
Well, if we're gonna consider, hold on one second. If we're gonna consider the item, Councilmember Bewley, then I think what we should do is consider the item, right? So, but let's do this. I know you have a right to do a substitute motion, but let's vote on the continuance, because rather than going through the whole process of considering it and then doing a continuance.
That makes sense.
Okay, so let's vote on the motion, put the motion back up for a continuance. If I get a second, I don't know if I'll get a second. Second by Gameros. Let's do a voice vote just on the continuance.
But before doing that, can I speak to the motion?
Sure, of course.
Okay. Yeah, my issue with doing a continuance, having read through the applicant's paperwork, having read through staff report, it seems that this particular applicant has had a difficult time meeting deadlines, complying with the conditional use permit conditions, all the things that we would expect somebody who's a diligent entrepreneur, business operator of a very volatile business industry in our city. Part of my mindset as a city council member, I think that the application process, the permitting process is intended to weed out those potential applicants who we think are not going to be the most efficient, the best, the type of operators that we want operating these types of facilities in our city. And I hate to say it, but I guess I don't hate to say it. This is just one more incident. Last minute coming in, asking for a continuance, sounds like the day of. So I will be voting no on this continuance, and then I would suggest we reopen discussion on the original motion, and if the applicant is available, I'd like to hear more on why they're not prepared to proceed today.
Well, here's my what I want to say in support of the motion, okay? If they don't get site control, it's over, right? We likely won't hear about this ever again, okay? We have a long meeting tonight, and look at when I read the staff report, that's the first thing that popped up. They don't have site control, and so, if they can't get that, then I don't think we'll ever hear from them again. And so, just in the interest of getting to all these other matters, I think it'd be a good idea to see if they can get it. If they can't, the matter's closed, and we never need to have this hearing that you're suggesting. Do you want to be heard?
Yes, I'd like. Thank you. I would like to be heard. Somebody help me out with this. Didn't we already hear from them once before, and they're asking for an extension on something? Isn't this they had some renovations that were taking place? They lost funding. Something happened. Somebody came and spoke to us, and I believe it was this company. Maybe I'm wrong, but maybe I can be enlightened.
Thank you, Councilmember Gameros. That was actually a different location. There was an item, I believe it was on Orange Avenue, a couple meetings ago. That was a different application. This one has not been before the council.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So let's take a vote on the motion.
Mayor, I have a quick question
Yeah.
for staff. Is there any additional demand on staff time in this period of waiting for the appeal hearing? Like if the appeal hearing is moved to October, is there any additional demand on your time in the interim? You've made your judgment.
Yeah, I mean, there's always demand on staff time in the sense of updating the staff report with any new information that's received. And then obviously there's city clerk and city manager, finance department, and legal efforts in the internal review. So there is always that. However, continuances are baked into what typically, we anticipate as part of a application processing. So, I mean, we have the infrastructure to handle it, and it comes up pretty often. So we can handle that.
Okay, but any activity is isolated to an updated staff report. There's not processing of paperwork or any other business activity in the meantime.
Right, so long as it's continued to a date specific and we do not need to undergo additional noticing.
Got it.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's call for the voice vote on the motion to continue till October 21st to see if they can come up with the site control.
Thank you. Councilmember Pettis? Yes. Councilmember Reynolds? Councilmember Marr?
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros? No. Councilmember Bewley? No. Mayor Pro Tem Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-2 with council members Gameros and Bewley voting no.
All right. So then the next, you guys want to let's take a break before we go to old business. And then we'll knock out old business and new business. I'm sure there'll be very brief items. Take your seats. We're going on to the old business. Okay, everybody, we're back on the record. Council, we're back on the record. Council and everybody in the chambers. So we're here. We've got a number of old business items. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title for old business item number 1?
Yes, this is second reading and adoption of ordinance number 2025-05, entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Costa Mesa approving PGPA-24-0002 to rezone a 6.12 acre site to multiple family residential for the property located at 3150 Bear Street. And presentation by Mr. Yeager, Senior Planner.
Now, Mr. Yeager, this is the second reading, so it passed before, right?
Correct.
And did it pass unanimously?
It was 6-0 with Councilmember Bewley absent.
Okay, so when you give your presentation, just maybe keep that in mind. Thank you. You have the floor.
So the project presented before you tonight, this is the second reading for the 142 unit common interest development, 3150 Bear. It was just heard by council on August 5th, where the majority of the project was approved and first reading to the rezone was read. In making the motion, council elected to remove the pedestrian gate off of Olympic Avenue, and conditions were added to ensure that the new intersection utilize design features to ensure pedestrian safety and traffic calming measures to be explored. Additional direction was given to staff to monitor parking concerns in the neighborhood. So tonight, staff is recommending that council give second reading to and adopt the ordinance to rezone the property from AP, Administrative Professional, to R3, Multiple Family Residential, which would vest the project. It should be noted that 2 public comments were received prior to the meeting. That concludes my presentation.
You got it. Okay, good job. Any questions of Mr. Yeager?
Yeah, Councilmember Bewley.
Councilmember Bewley.
There you go.
I know, you came back from
Do you
vacation.
happen
You
to
got
have
questions. Go ahead.
Yeah, do you happen to have that full presentation that I missed?
No, sir, I do not tonight.
No. And I don't know what level of detail, and I am familiar with the project. I'm familiar, and I've seen the Planning Commission hearings addressing this. But question I've gotten, I don't know if it happens at this stage or another stage in the process, but does anyone have knowledge the intended products that are being developed out there? Does the owner intend to have any first-time home buyer restriction or owner-occupied restriction? Because I know these are ownership opportunities.
Yeah, great question. So the project includes 20 single-family dwellings and 122 stacked flats. While the applicant is not reserving them specifically for first-time home buyers, the home size and the product offered, it would make it a good option for first-time home buyers. The price of the product would be more in line with what you would expect for that. In addition, this is a density bonus project, so there are units which are reserved for very low income.
And back to the owner-occupied restriction, that's typically comes from the mortgage lender or the finance company. They'll require the owner to be there, but do you know of any representations made by the owner as to their intentions in that regard?
I don't have that information. The applicant is here if you'd like to ask them.
Sure, if the applicant could answer that question to the extent they know it, or they can enlighten me on any information. What's your intent on the marketing and sales, and who you're looking for the first occupants to be?
Hi there. Is the question related to who would facilitate the very low income home purchases?
Yeah, I'll include that.
Okay. So we worked with VCCDC. They're out of Ventura. Meritage Homes, who I'm with, have worked with them multiple times throughout other jurisdictions for other projects, including low-income housing. They facilitate the mortgage lending and also just the qualification for the very low or low-income families. We're also in communication with Orange County Habitat for Humanity, who can also facilitate finding families who qualify for these very low-income homes.
And since this is my first rodeo and we're locating potential candidates to qualify for these low-income programs, I have to imagine that there's restrictions in there that if they qualify, they get into the property and they can't turn around and flip it or turn it into a rental.
Correct.
Are there time limit? Obviously, they're not married and anchored to the property forever. What's the typical time limitation, if any?
Believe I do not have the numbers in front of me. This is included in my previous city council presentation, but I believe the home is designated for the restricted income for 30 years, I believe.
I believe it's 50.
50.
It's 55.
55, thank you.
Okay, those were my only questions.
Mr. Mayor, I'll just pipe in here. Typically, if a homeowner wants to sell that low-income unit during their time there, it has to be resold to somebody who's also income qualified for that duration.
Okay. And this impacts what percentage of the inventory that you guys were generating?
So I'll go ahead and answer that. It's 5% or 7 of the units.
Okay. So then the remaining units, you've already kind of answered my question in that regard. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's open it up for public comment. Okay. All right, Janet. Cynthia, come on up.
I guess I'm it.
You're first.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens, Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, Costa Mesa City Council. Obviously, I'm happy to be here again and hear that the pedestrian gate did in fact make it to the second reading, or the lack thereof. And I am encouraged, although the language is rather vague, on monitoring the traffic flow. As we all know, we are going to be merging Bear Street's current traffic situation, which is not great to start with not only this project, but the 3,150 homes that are going to be coming online when the city of Santa Ana does its mega 2-block remodel across from South Coast Plaza at Sunflower. And of course, the only way to get to the 73 freeway is going to be down Bristol Street or down Bear Street. So Mr. Martin in transportation, and anyone that succeeds him, is going to have quite the challenge in trying to figure out how to navigate the roadblocks that already exist at Paularino and Bear Street once these developments come online. So anyway, it'll be interesting to see how it all works out, and we will be seeing you at future city council meetings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Janet. Cynthia.
Yeah, just a little back history. There used to be Bear Street School on Bear Street. My brother went there, and they closed it down, and because the district decided to get rid of the property, short-sighted, and they built all those homes there, and they were family homes. Oh, but where were the children going to go to school? They hadn't figured that part out yet. And they all ended up having to put a bunch of portables over at Paularino School because, well, they didn't have any place for the kids to go. Now you're talking about putting in 142 or some ridiculous amount of homes over there. Has anybody talked to the school district? Where are those kids going to go? How are they going to get to school? Are they going to get bused? Are they going to be busing be provided? That's a couple concerns. And then Janet brought up the whole thing on Bear Street, which I travel quite frequently when I'm not being aggravated on South Coast Drive. And you can be backed up all the way from the light at Paularino, all the way back over to the top of that hill, many times during high traffic times. And the lights at Paularino, then you've got the off-ramp at the 73, or to get back on the 405, and then going on, turning on left onto Bear, on the freeway. Those lights are so out of sync that you're getting people cutting off, driving crazy, and they don't make any sense. So to think you're going to add all this other traffic there better be a game plan for that, because I'm already irritated when I drive down those streets during certain times, especially during the holidays. So let's give some thought to this. Do we really need to have 142 homes on that property? I just don't think so. But thank you.
Thank you. Anybody on Zoom?
Yes, Cynthia, please.
Cynthia, you have the floor.
Okay, good evening again, Cynthia McDonald, Costa Mesa resident. The most significant issue with this project is the City Council's failure to address three critical concerns. While this development may not be completed until after many of you have left office, it will stand as a lasting reminder of your decisions. Just as the Stack-a-Shack buildings across from Trader Joe's are now permanently associated with Righeimer and Mensinger. First, the parking problem remains unresolved. We know that at least 17% of this project is likely to become rental units based upon current investor trends. To cover operating costs, landlords often rent to as many tenants as necessary, which increases vehicle density. This project leverages state density bonus laws to sidestep parking requirements, creating a foreseeable burden on surrounding neighborhoods. Once built, residents will be justifiably upset when overflow parking spills onto their streets. This is a problem that must be addressed now, not after it becomes a crisis. And while I would love it if people would get out of their cars and walk and bike, we know that mode shift in Costa Mesa is very slow, and not everyone can walk or cycle to the desired destination. Second, the project's annual net revenue to the city is only $78,058. That's remarkably low for a development of this scale. Rental properties are typically held long-term, meaning property tax growth will lag behind the city's rising expenses. That modest revenue figure could quickly evaporate or even turn negative if costs outpace expectations. I understand that most of you may no longer be on the dais when this project is completed, but make no mistake, this will be part of your legacy. The residents of Costa Mesa will remember who allowed these issues to go unaddressed. Finally, there is the taking of city land. The conversion of public land to the exclusive use in perpetuity of the residents of the project without paying a cent to the city is just foolish. The city needs to be paid for the exclusive use of its land. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll close public comment. I'll make a motion to adopt the staff recommendation and do the second reading of the thing that we voted on 6-0 before. So I get a second by Councilmember Chavez, sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Chavez. I said it all last time. Can we call for the question?
Can I be heard, Count?
Of course.
Mayor? Because again, I wasn't here last time. I think it's important for me to be heard on this issue. And just give you my thoughts. I'm supportive of this project, but philosophically, I'm not a big fan of RENA. I'm not a big fan of the housing element. I'm not a big fan of Sacramento forcing various mandates on us and requiring us to build all these doors in a city that's 95% overbuilt. Having said that, we have to make the bed in which we live in. And when I see an opportunity, an ownership opportunity that is as best situated in the city as possible, those are the ones that I'm going to typically be in favor of, especially when you have an ownership opportunity in this instance. I'm cognizant of the fact that there's the potential that these things are purchased and flipped and turned into rentals. But I would hope that in our current society, our current economic makeup, there's a lot of the low income that are being looked after. The wealthiest of the wealthy are taken care of by themselves, and we continue to squeeze and squeeze and squeeze the middle class. And when you get a product like this that is an ownership opportunity for a typical middle class or somewhere within that middle class, the likelihood of somebody who's a first-time homeowner who does whatever it takes to get into this first property, they're not going to appreciate enough equity or have the financial wherewithal to move out and turn it into a rental. However, the typical middle-class approach is you get into this starter home, and we have this inventory within Costa Mesa of very expensive homes. or rental properties. But this would be a perfect product for professionals, young professionals starting out in Orange County to get into their first house, live there, get started, build some equity, and when guys like me start aging out and need to get out of my house, they can transfer that equity and they get to stay in the city. This is the type of product that I will typically support with the ownership opportunities. So that's my thought process on it. And I just wanted to speak to that since I wasn't here at the previous meeting, and just let me make sure I covered it all. No, that's about it. Thank you.
I'm glad you did that. Let's call for the question.
Okay. Councilmember Pettis? Councilmember Reynolds? Councilmember Marr?
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros?
Yes.
Councilmember Bewley? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, moving on. We've got old business item number 3. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
What's that? No, we just did 2.
No, we're doing 2.
Oh, sorry. Did we not do 2? Oh, we got to do Tewinkle Park. Sorry.
Okay.
Number 2.
Yeah, we've got it.
I'm sorry. It's my fault. So it's number 2. Can you please read that one?
Yes,
Thank
this
you.
is
Thank
the
you.
award of the Tewinkle Park's Lake Repair and Rehabilitation Project, City Project number 24-12, and finding of California Environmental Quality Act categorical exemption, and presentation by Mr. Seth Rahman, Public Works Director.
Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, we'll have our Maintenance Services Manager, Rob Ryan, make the presentation, and then we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Seth Rahman. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. Tewinkle Park is a 49-acre park dedicated in 1965 in honor of the first mayor of City of Costa Mesa, Charles Tewinkle. Within the park lies the Tewinkle Lake System, which is a group of artificial water features consisting of 2 lakes, 2 ponds, an intermediate pond on the lower east side, a number of streams with nearly 2 acres of water surface, and approximately 3,000 linear feet of shoreline. It's a highly visited park with some challenges with the excessive bird population. Over the years, lake liner and shorelines have exceeded their service life, and there's opportunities for improvement, the aesthetics, and the quality of the lakes. Just a little bit more background. In 2021, the City of Costa Mesa received $10 million in state funding, thanks to then State Senator, now Congressman Dave Min. That year, Council approved the use of $2 million of that funding to make repairs and improvements to the Tewinkle Lakes. December of 2021, Council approved the contract with Pace Design Firm that's assigned to this project. They began their process of reviewing the issues of the lakes and made an initial presentation to the PACS Commission on some of their findings in July of 2022. At that point, the Community Services, Parks and Community Services Commission provided some input, received some input from the community at that meeting, and we began in earnest the redesign process. In August of 23, that design was presented to the Parks and Community Services Commission and approved. And finally, in September of 2023, the design was presented and approved by City Council. Some of the issues that were noted: water leakage is developed in the 2 primary lakes, resulting in significant water loss, as well as the undermining of the lake bed and the surrounding soil areas. These leaks have worsened over time, resulting in the loss of nearly 1 million gallons of water per month, which is equivalent to $100,000 annually. The gravel bed biological filter is damaged and needs to be repaired. The pump that operates the circulation system within the lakes is currently off due to some of that damage with the circulation system, just to preserve the pump. The pump operating the overall circulation that takes the water from the lower lake to the top of the ponds and down the waterfall is operating fine. There is challenges, as I mentioned, with excessive waterfowl, non-native wildlife, and concerns with the water quality, including high pH, high levels of dissolved oxygen, elevated orthophosphates, and high nitrite levels. So some of the proposed improvements includes improving the lake shape to promote natural water movement. This would round off some of those edges of land that kind of cut into the lake. That just promotes when the wind blows, it'll move that water and circulate it a little bit better. We're also removing soil to deepen the lakes, and that'll help improve water quality, reduce maintenance, and improve aesthetics. Rebuild the shorelines with more natural edges, adding soil to areas near trees, especially along the island, which will allow the trees a little bit more room to accommodate the existing roots there. We'll repair and replace the existing circulation system that moves water around the lakes. Replace the lake liner to reduce and eliminate leaks. And then add landscaping along the shorelines to provide a more natural appearance to the lakes with an added goal of moving the waterfowl to designated areas, which will improve the overall usability of the adjacent green space and walkways. Here's a few sample photos. Some of the grading on that right photo above the map just shows some of the reduction of that stiff slope shoreline that'll occur in this project. Again, the deepening of the lakes, as I mentioned, that excess soil will be moved around to create a little bit of a larger island and provide a little bit more room for the existing trees to accommodate those existing roots. That upper left and lower right photo are examples of exposed pipe that will be addressed. Those are a group of 4 photos on the right of the slide. And then the upper right is an example of an issue with the high population of waterfowl, hopefully moving the waterfowl away from those sidewalk areas and green space and more in the water and on the island. Lower left, an example of the damaged and eroding shoreline. We had a public bid opening on February 12, 2024. We received 1 bid from Huala Enterprises Limited in the amount of $3,981,657. Staff recommended rejection of that sole bid, and council did approve that. The project was rebid with the removal of the community workforce agreement requirement. We had a bid opening on November 21st, 2024, and that resulted in, again, 1 bid from Huala Enterprise Limited in the amount of $3,466,657. Staff negotiated with Huala to reduce the scope, reducing the contract amount ultimately to $2,459,777 plus a 10% contingency. I think it's important to note that the work being performed is highly specialized, I think, which is why you see two bids, 2 sole bidders in both attempts. Staff felt that the costs were appropriate and did reflect that specialized nature of the project and its ultimate goals. Some of the reductions to the scope of work included removing the renovation and repair of the 2 ponds and streams. Those were largely cosmetic. In the initial report, PACE didn't really highlight any issues with leakage or deteriorating shorelines with those associated with those streams and ponds. So that was removed. The gabion planter walls. So these are walls that are inside the lake that will create a planter for the plant material inside the lake. Those were changed to concrete, from gabion walls to concrete, to get a little bit of cost savings there. The replacement of the existing pumps and pump station improvements, those were removed. As mentioned before, both the pumps are functioning, and any issues with the pumps would be addressed as a maintenance item in a rebuild. There's no issues with those at this time. The pump station improvements were largely there to include a few added features. One was an ozone treatment system, which was eliminated early on as a high cost, high maintenance, and low return item. So that was one that was eliminated almost right out of the gate. And then an automated alum treatment system was eliminated in favor of manual applications through just regular maintenance practices. Bridge work and wooden deck repairs. The upper bridge repairs were completed in 2024 on another project. The liner replacement can be completed without disturbing the other 2 bridges that are near the lower lakes. And then the repairs to the wooden deck were mainly cosmetic, and those can be done at a later date at a lot less cost. They don't require a lake contractor to make those a little bit more simple repairs. So it just made sense to keep those out. Again, we did eliminate some of the landscaping, gabion walls and planters, and other decorative work on the island. Those two could be done at a later date. We did confer with the contractor to make sure the infrastructure will be there if we want to add, connect that irrigation and other amenities from the existing project. Even with those reductions to the scope of work, the project will accomplish the key elements, which is to eliminate the seepage of the water, repairing the shorelines, and improve the grading of the lakes, improving the overall aesthetics of the lakes, and hopefully providing some relief from the issues created by the population of waterfowl. Funding sources include, like, as I mentioned, $2 million from former Senator Dave Min, additional $500,000 from Capital Improvement Fund. Any additional funds needed will come from completed projects and the State Grant Fund and Capital Improvement Fund. With that, staff recommends the City Council make a finding of California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15301, adopt the plans, specifications, and working details for the Tewinkle Park Lakes Repair and Rehabilitation Project, award the Public Works Agreement for construction to Walla Enterprise in the amount of $2,459,777 and authorize a 10% contingency. And then lastly, authorize the interim city manager and city clerk to execute the PWA for Huala and future amendments to the agreements within council authorized limits. That concludes my presentation, and we'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. That was a great presentation. It looks like Councilmember Reynolds has a question, and so does Councilmember Bewley. So we'll let Councilmember Reynolds go first.
Yeah, thank you. Two quick questions. One is the timing of the grant. What are the timing requirements in terms of the grant money? Do we have to be completed by a certain date, or does this one have more flexibility?
So, Mr. Mayor, if I can answer that. So, yes. Councilmember Reynolds, originally the grant has a deadline of, I would say, 2026. However, talking to the state, they are amenable for us to just ask for extension, and it can be extended further. And I think it's 3 to 5 years extension is available.
Okay, thank you. And then timing in terms of implementation or construction, it's quite a bit of work. What is your expectation in terms of the length of time parts of the park would be inaccessible to the public?
So overall, the idea is the project will take 9 months, about 9 months from start to finish. It'll be a phased approach, so we'll do one lake at a time, hoping to keep at least part of the lakes open and the majority of the park open to the public as long as it's safe to do so. That's the plan moving forward.
Okay, and I assume this project would be implemented, there'd be some overlap in schedule with the skate park expansion?
That's a possibility. Our goal is to start this fall, so 9 months from this fall. And
oh, so try to get this one done first, okay.
Correct.
Yes, okay.
That's the idea. I mean, the skate park we hope would get started early in January also, early next year. Again, it depends on the bidding process and all that stuff, but we hope this project will be well underway by the time skate park starts.
Okay, and then there was quite a bit of work de-scoped from the project. What is the plan? Well, first question, does the work that is in this contract cover all of the leakage issues? That was a high priority. And then what is the plan for the stuff that was de-scoped?
So yes, it definitely covers all of the issues with the seepage of the water. I think, as I mentioned, there's various things that were de-scoped. Some of those, like the alum treatment, will not be included. Staff will work out a part of our maintenance contract to add that material by hand. And then again, through some smaller projects, staff will look at doing some of those in-house and through smaller contracts, a majority of that. And some of that work was cosmetic. and not really needed for the integrity of the lakes. But it's something we can include, the island work we can include as a project at a later date if we receive support for that type of work there.
Okay, so I'm hearing maybe some we just leave alone, some you're going to chip away at. We're not looking at another $1 million CIP project showing up next year related to this.
No, correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councilmember, I think it was Bewley had questions. Yeah,
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, staff. Thanks for the report. I just have some questions, and again, you guys are getting tired of saying the new guy, but this rodeo here, I kind of want to understand, how did we get here? So is it my understanding staff, with the assistance of a consultant, originally identified our wish list scope of work, or what was originally intended to do, and that's what initially went out to be bid, correct?
I think that's correct. I mean, there was some obvious leakage that we had identified that was a need, and received multiple concerns throughout the years regarding the waterfowl and the issues that they leave behind and making large parts of the park unusable. So I think that was the basis.
Right. And then the leakage was clearly identified, and it's clearly a problem that needed to be resolved. My understanding, there was also, it was determined that the replacement and the upgrade of the pumping system and the circulation system was originally included, and that's now been de-scoped, I guess is the term we're using.
Correct. That's something that that the design firm had identified. There was a little bit of a misunderstanding. We had a pump shut down in order to preserve the pump. There were some cavication issues, some air getting into the lines, part of the circulation system. We had turned that pump off just to salvage the pump and not cause any more damage to the internal workings of the pump. I think the consultant at that time felt that the pump didn't work, so they included that as a part of the project, and also expanding that pump station to accommodate a couple of high-ticket items that weren't necessary to the project, things that kind of were a little bit more of a high wish rather than a real need.
Okay. But working with the original designer, you guys came up with a bid package. Internally, you guys had an estimate. What was the original estimate that you were expecting to see bids come in at? Full scope of work.
Councilman Bewley, it was in the range of, I would say, $2.7 million was our original estimate.
And then we put that out to bid, and we get a 3.9, almost $4 million bid. And then I appreciate you guys' jaws probably hit the floor, and you went back and you attempted to rebid. We only get the same contractor to bid again. And no change in the scope of work, but that's at the point you remove this, because this was originally a community workforce agreement job, and so that was removed from the CWA.
That's correct.
But same compliant, CWA compliant contractor happened to be the same bidder who comes back and bids again. So now we're at, you negotiate the D scope, and we're removing the pump stations. That it looks like the full scope, the bid came in at 3.4, and then with the removal of items, you knocked about $1 million off, and we're down to 2.4, correct?
That's correct.
When we come back at a later date to do the replacement of, and I guess what I'm hearing now, let's just strike that. If you were to come back to replace the existing pumps and improve this pump station, that's got to go out to another contractor. And then aquatic wildlife remover, some of these other de-scoped items, I don't know if this is a fair question, but I'm going to ask it. What's your ballpark? Is that going to put $1 million back into this project? Or do you think you can get all these de-scoped items done for substantially less than that delta that you guys negotiated?
Let me start, and then I'll start, and then Mr. Ryan can answer additional information. My understanding is maybe a year or so ago we rebuilt one of the pumps, and so 2021. Yeah, so one of the pumps is actually rebuilt, and it's working, and we shut down another pump on purpose. So both pumps are actually functioning. but we, so one of them is shut down on purpose and it's functional too when we get this back in operation when the project is completed.
Okay.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. And any pump failures, typically these pumps can be rebuilt, removed and rebuilt. And so that'd be a normal maintenance need that we would do. When we rebuilt the one most recently, we did install some levers in the roof of the pump station that allow the roof to open up, the pump to be removed. They take it away, they do a rebuild. So it wouldn't be a replacement regardless. It'd just be a regular maintenance and rebuild.
Was the original design package and bid package, though, was for a replacement of a pump. But now we'll do what we need to do to get a functional pump system out there, is what you're saying.
We have a functional pump system. The original design included just replacing them with brand new.
Okay. And so here's the $64 question, because here we are, we're hemorrhaging, leaking water out there. We've delayed and for all the reasons, and I appreciate you guys, we're working hard to try to get a good price and to protect taxpayer dollars, and I appreciate the effort that went there. So here we are. I'm looking, this is my first 8-month stint here. I got another 3+ years. How do we prevent us being in this position in the future? How is it that what's your best guess as to why we've only been able to attract one bidder on this project? And who's so wildly off on what our consultant design team estimated what this entire full scope project was supposed to cost? That's
So, Councilor Bewley, projects like this, we don't do very often. I mean, the last time we worked on lakes was maybe 20 years ago. So it's not something that we do very often that we can be, very sure of the contractors who we attract and, to bid on our projects. And this is a very specialized type of work, working in lakes. I mean, it's done, but again, when we talk to contractors, they take these projects and they don't bid too often. It's like they get a project and they work on it. We had quite a few people who show up for our the public bid meeting that we invite contractors, but it's hard to say who's going to ultimately bid on these projects. On a roadway project, we do get a lot of contractors. I mean, that's something that we do. It's like our bread and butter. We do it all the time, and they know us, and we know them, and there is a good relationship. On these one-off projects, it's hard to say.
Is it, and this isn't a criticism, and I appreciate your candor, is it a fair statement to say that given the uniqueness of this project, maybe our side missed on that initial estimate?
So, these days, I really, we used to be very good at nailing the budgets before, the bids and all that. But with the way the current times are, it's really hit and miss. More often than not, we are seeing higher prices on projects.
Yeah, and I guess where I'm going with it, I just hate to think that we got a single contractor out there who may be taking advantage of the situation. And what I'm searching for here is maybe some of that's going on, but maybe some of that is we missed in our original estimate amount, given the uniqueness of the project. And I'm not going to point fingers or anything about that. I'm not a contractor. You don't ask me to estimate what it would cost to fix that chair over there. But I'm just trying to figure out how this happened so that faced with another situation like this in the future, I got a little better understanding. So thanks for your candor.
Thank you.
Real quick, John.
Yes,
Councilor Pettis. Just a couple quickies. So do we have any idea of the ongoing annual costs of maintenance?
Right now, it's about $25,000, $26,000 per year.
If everything goes perfect, right? 20 to 26,000 a year, okay. And I think Bewley touched on it, though, or Council Member Bewley, and the duckies or the geese or whatever. Who would remove them, and how much would that cost?
So the waterfowl, the the ducks and the geese will not be removed. Those are largely migratory birds. They come and go as they please. Most of them kind of make their home and don't move around too much. But again, we're going to phase in the lake, so it'll be one lake at a time. So they'll have an area to be if they choose to stick around. But most of our geese are migratory. Some of the ducks are migratory. Some stay there, and their residents have named them. But they'll have a home regardless.
So some of them will reload to another lake, and others might just take off. Okay.
It's possible, yeah.
All right. And I heard the term specialized. This is a specialized project, which I understand. It's for you, Raja. I know this is kind of an open-ended question, but if there was another use of the same land that was beautiful and less specialized, is it safe to say we could do something grand and beautiful for less money if it was less specialized?
So, Councilor Pettis, I'm not sure how I can answer that question.
What if we proposed put a pump park there, an activity area next to the skate park for $500,000? Would that be possible because it's less specialized and easier for us to do?
So as Mr. Ryan pointed out, this is a 2 acres. It's a very big lake, a couple lakes. The skate park expansion that we are working on, 15,000 square feet. I mean, so you're talking about 1/8 of that size. Our estimate of that is $2 million. We don't know where we're going to end up, but I mean, even those are not smaller projects, and you multiply 2 million times 8, you're getting a $15 million project. So it's not that easy to just say, let's get rid of the lake and do something else, unless we have a plan and funding for that.
Okay, thanks, Raj.
Okay. So I want to, before you speak, Councilmember Guimeros, I just want to bring to the staff's attention, we can't see our monitor. Our monitor is blank. Can somebody fix that, please? Because I actually like to look at these other council members when they're speaking. Especially, my favorite one to look at is Councilmember Guimeros, and so I'll call on him next. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, I have a number of questions. So all you lake lovers out there, don't flip out here. I want to go to page 3 of the slide. When we talk about significant water loss to the tune of 1 million gallons a month, we're estimating that? Is that correct? Or we know exactly how much water is going out because we know how much we have to put in?
The latter. So originally, the designer estimated the loss based on some 2015, 2016 numbers, and came up with close to that amount. We did a review of our water bills over the 12-month period, and that's what we came up with.
So I'm sure you don't have the bills in front of you, but if you do, that's great. Is it higher in the summer than it is in the winter?
Yes.
The water bill?
Yes.
So then it's safe to say this is due to evaporation?
No. So the engineer estimated that the loss of the lake is 4 times greater than the average rate of evaporation in this area.
Okay. Okay. If you say so, I'll take your word on that. The other thing, the challenges with excessive birds and non-native wildlife. How, in doing this retrofit that we're going to do to the lakes, going to change the challenges that we have with the waterfowl, the birds, the non-native wildlife that are habitating there? What's going to change?
So the biggest component of to change the waterfowl interaction is the landscaping that's surrounding the lake. So there's going to be a lot of taller landscape around a majority of the lake edges to help move the waterfowl away from the public spaces, that sidewalk area along Arlington, the grass area along Arlington. So there's more of kind of natural barriers to try to move them into different locations and trying to minimize the interaction with the public. One of the biggest issues with the waterfowl is not necessarily the waterfowl themselves, but the general public feeding the waterfowl and causing that waste to multiply. So the goal is to kind of reduce the interaction with the people, move them to specific locations if they are going to interact, and kind of keep them out of certain areas of the surrounding park.
Okay. I'm still on page 3. On the last bullet under water quality concerns, high nitrate levels. Are we talking bird poop?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm being serious. I mean, what's high nitrate? We're talking that it's filled with feces, right?
Correct. That is an issue, yes.
And then how do we mitigate that in the future with this retrofit that we're doing? I mean, birds are still going to poop in the lake, so, I mean.
Yeah, yes, they are. That is accurate. Part of that is through the alum treatment that's going to be done through the maintenance, and then some of that is through the repair of the biofilter that is not functioning, that's meant to take some of that waste and filter it out. And some of that will be absorbed by the aquatic planters that'll help with that as well.
So we're going to drain the lake in order to work on it, right? Mm-hmm. One at a time?
Correct.
Where does all that water go? Don't say down the drain, because I mean.
Well, right now it's naturally seeping out. What's remaining, we will, as we mentioned, we'll do one lake at a time. The plan is to pump any remaining water in the upper lake to the lower lake, and transfer any fish to that lake. From there, the repairs will be made to the upper lake. Once that's completed, we'll be pumping the water back to the upper lake and then filling that upper lake with water, allowing the repairs of the lower lake to take place.
Okay.
And again, transferring the fish back to the upper lake.
Here's the $2.5 million, $26,000 per year maintenance question. What would it cost to remove the lake and fill it with an area that would be easily accessible by the community to recreate in?
Again, this is it's hard to estimate without knowing what we want to put up there.
What if we just wanted to put grass for now so people can, no one can swim in it, no one can fish in it. I mean, you can't feed the ducks, so it's something we look at. Great, it's beautiful, I get it, but it's also costing us millions of dollars, and we can't really do anything but look, walk around it. So I'm just wondering, what if we turned it into a big grassy knoll and families could go play there? What would it cost to fill it?
I don't have a good estimate on that one.
Okay. It would be something nice to explore in some capacity, because this is a huge amount of money. I feel like this is a Band-Aid on an open bleeding sore. We're going to be back here. If we wait 20 years, it's going to be $20 million next time to try and get this lake functioning for whatever. It's an aesthetic purpose. We look at it, it looks nice, but other than that, nobody can do anything with it in the community other than look at it. So, I mean, there's water everywhere. The birds will find water. They can fly. So I'm just wondering if this is something we could look into. I don't know if there's a fund restriction that we got from, that we got for this project that would prevent us from filling it. I mean, just seems like a big waste of water, and I don't know, just a number of things. So I would like to make the ask that we look into what it would cost just to fill it. And if everybody hates that, this is just an idea, I'm not demanding it. If everybody loves the lake, then okay, I guess we keep it. But it seems like we're spending a fortune on this thing, and we could have a beautiful area for the constituents and families to recreate. We're always looking for park space. Here's our chance. That's all I have. Thanks.
Boy, what a lake Scrooge. So I got a couple of questions. Is there
Mr. Mayor?
Hold on. Okay, yeah, go ahead, Councilmember Marr.
I don't have questions, but I just want to respond to a couple of things. So one is it relates to contractor expense. Part of what makes this particularly challenging is that the contractors couldn't like drain the lakes while they were writing up a quote, right? Like they had no access other than the pump house to truly understand what's happening beneath the water line. And so that makes it incredibly challenging for contractors to bid on a bunch of unknowns, which is also very likely why some of the bid was so high. So that's kind of point one that I just wanted to make sure I got on the table. Point two is just that, we haven't agendized a discussion of filling the lakes. I think if we did, we would have most of Mesa Del Mar come out and protest. And so, while I think it's fine to potentially entertain the idea in the future, I just want to be clear that that is not currently on the agenda. And if we proceed in that direction, then, we absolutely need to notice it to the public such that we are having a comprehensive discussion. And then my last comment is just as it relates to doing the lakes one at a time, I just really appreciate the effort staff has put in to figure out a manageable way to attack this without really making the park inaccessible to residents for a long period of time. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. Okay, so my questions are, when I saw some of the slides and especially the shoreline, it occurred to me that there might be some public safety issues that we were addressing. You talked about, obviously we talked at some length about the water loss and aesthetics and bird poop and things of that nature, but are there public safety issues out there that we're addressing, or is it pretty much all aesthetic and water loss stuff?
I would say that some of those, the deteriorated shoreline could be seen as a public safety issue. The grade along the slope of the upper lake is a pretty steep grade going right into the lake, and that's something that was recommended to be addressed in this project. So yes, I think it's both.
Okay. And in terms of like where we're at right now with losing the water, the estimate is 1 million gallons a month, $100,000 annually. Is this something that's gotten worse over time and would be expected to get worse if it was not fixed?
Yes, it has gotten worse. The original estimates from 15-16 were a little bit lower. And again, these are estimates, so maybe a couple 100,000, 300,000 gallons per month difference. So it has increased by at least that much now. And I would expect I would expect it, the possibility that it would worsen.
Okay. Anyway, that makes sense. So, and the one question I have just in terms of conservation, when the water leaves the lake, not evaporates, but what goes down seeps through the ground, where does it go? Is it captured by the aquifer or is it just lost?
Mr. Mayor, yeah, it's very hard for us to know where it's going because definitely it's going underground.
Yeah.
That's a danger. It could be creating some voids or filling up some spaces underground. Yeah, we hope it goes to the aquifer and fills up our groundwater system, but we don't know.
Okay, thank you. All right. Then, I mean, it seems to me that one of the key things that kind of downstream are ones that comes from a member of the press who definitely wants to see what we're doing here on YouTube. Yeah, I mean, so this is another example, like the Mesa Vista, Avon River, many other things that we've done where we use this grant and it leverages and provides us an opportunity to get more bang for the buck off of our money. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I have no further questions. Let's open it up to the public. By the way, it's back. YouTube's back, so thank you, everybody. But I still can't see the council. Neil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, staff. I want to thank you guys a lot. If I'm misremembering this, please correct me, but this came before 5PAC back in May, and it was originally on the list of capital improvement projects that they were suggesting that we postpone. And I only mention that because if there is really sensitivity to the David Min money, I think we need to unpack that a little bit more. We really, if I remember correctly, when we found out about the $100,000 annual expense, we thought that it would behoove us to spend money to save money. I'm also a little concerned about some of the unknown maintenance costs. If you go through the capital improvement budgets that we were given, and you look back at previous years, it'll say like, the air conditioning in here is beyond its useful life. And for 4 to 5 years, that continues to be a project that, it kind of works, So I'm concerned perhaps that the pumps are working, but the useful life of the pumps may not have the lifespan that we think they do. And I understand they can be rebuilt, but at what cost? There's been a lot of things, this has been one of the oddest projects I've ever been a part of. I came into 5PAC pretty recently, so my historical knowledge of this is not that great. I do know that it was a part of Community Works. I understand it is now no longer a part of the Community Works agreement. I think it's important for us to understand how that impacted this project and how that potentially impacted us now. I have to believe with all the golf courses and resorts around here, you got the Crystal Lagoon people who are doing stuff. There have to be more contractors. It's a huge project. I was a huge advocate for getting it done this year because of the expense that we're taking. But I also just want to make sure that we're not throwing good money after bad. I live in District 3. I happen to like the way the lakes look. I have chickens. I like when the ducks fly around. It's a great amenity for the community. But I really just want to encourage us to slow down and really dig in and understand we're spending $2.7 million. We originally thought it was going to be $2 million as of June of last year. What are we getting? Is it going to be a liability in the future? A huge thanks to Raj and the team for coming up with a plan that actually looks like it works, but we really need to understand what the potential implications are. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Daniel. Yeah, sorry. You're ready? Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So I'm a big fan of our parks, grateful for them, use a lot of them. In particular, I love Tewinkle Park, so I'm just going to speak for all the people in Del Mar and other places. I don't even live near it, and I go over there because those lakes are lovely, and the way the place is designed, it's a really great place to walk because you get to walk around the lakes and through the lakes. So the idea of dumping this project, which we've been working on for 2 years, figuring out how to fix the lake so they stop leaking and so they're deeper and they work better, to me is upsetting. And I hope you will go forward with the plan that you have before you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Joni here. I'm long-term Costa Mesa resident. I just wanted to, I wasn't planning on speaking on this one at all, but I've been to Tewinkle Park many times. I've tried to do corporate events there at times, and anybody who's been there knows that the geese run that place, right? It is their turf, and you go there at your own peril. So there was nothing about the water, and the walks are beautiful, I have to say, and it's a lovely venue, but those geese and perhaps the ducks as well have kind of ruined it. So it wasn't clear to me from the the changes that were going to occur in this, how that was going to change, for example, the water quality concerns. And I would also say, please consider Councilmember Gameros' idea that is it really 2 lakes that we want here going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody on Zoom?
Yes, Cynthia, please.
Cynthia, you have the floor.
Hi, Cynthia McDonald again. One of these people that was not going to speak on this, but I'm sitting here at my desk looking at a photo of one of my children holding a tennis racket by the lake at Tewinkle Park. It is a tradition that Costa Mesa High School students have their senior photo taken in Tewinkle Park. And another thing is, it's another tradition to take your kid to Tewinkle Park and let them get chased by a duck. You know, I've taken my grandson over there. This is how they learn to respect wildlife. And getting rid of that lake is just not an option. We need to repair it, and we need to start in now. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. Next.
Jake, please.
Jake, you have the floor. Jake?
Hi there, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, we can hear you good.
Yeah, again, I'm not on the call for to speak about this, but after hearing about it, I just wanted to voice my opinion as well. Growing up in Costa Mesa, I probably frequented Tewinkle, at least once a week growing up. I too had senior pictures there. I had soccer pictures there. I had different sporting pictures there, all by the lake. And I know every time I frequent that, there's quinceañera pictures. I've been a member of a quinceañera that took pictures there. It's a staple of our community, and making sure to ensure that it is rehabilitated and repaired is crucial. And obviously, we need to ensure that we can do so in a way that will minimize water loss. But I know even now, bringing my kids there is so awesome. I know my mom brings our daughters there now every time they're over, and I want to continue to be able to do that. And even just the other day, the geese were flying away, and I told my daughter to look at them. I think that's enjoyment, and it's rare to have such a wildlife in an urban city like Costa Mesa. And so just ask that they do whatever they can to preserve it. Thank you.
No further speakers.
Thanks, Jake. Always love hearing from Jake. I coached him, and now he's talking about his daughter. Boy, am I old. Okay, we need a motion. Councilmember Gameros, go ahead and make your motion.
So I want to make a motion to continue this item. There's too many unknowns. I can elaborate more on my reasoning for continuing it, but for right now, I'm just going to leave it at I want to continue, and then if I can get that, I already have a second. So I guess, should I just go ahead and state why?
You can support it. You have a second. It's a live motion.
So first of all, I appreciate Raja's honesty, and he said straight up, we're putting a Band-Aid on this. This is not the fix that we need to have, unless I misunderstood him, but that's kind of what I know. So what we're doing is not putting a Band-Aid on it? Okay, so we're spending $2.5 million. There's some unknowns as far as maintenance goes, as far as we don't really have an idea of how we're going to keep the waterfowl in certain areas and lock them down and just different things. I just want to continue this item. I'm not saying I want to fill the lake. It was, look at it as a cost option versus what we're doing. So I'm just going to kind of leave it there, and if anyone else wants to chime in, they're more than welcome to. Just motion to continue.
The second.
Yeah, Lauren, I agree with you. I think that in these times of, we're facing a structural budget deficit, we need to be careful with our money and think long and hard how we spend it. So more time needed to study it. Thank you.
So I'm trying to make a substitute motion, but it's not working. Can I do it verbally?
Can I?
I'm going to move. No, I'm going to move for us to approve the staff recommendation. Does anybody willing to second that? Seconded by Councilmember Reynolds. Listen, I teased all this out in my questions of staff, so I'm just going to explain why I was asking those questions. We have min money. We have $2 million. We allocated it already. This design has gone through, and the project has gone through the PACs. We dealt with the issue of the CWA and the effect on the costs. The Public Works Department, Mr. Setharaman and Mr. Ryan did an incredible job of appropriately de-scoping this, explaining every point that they took out of the scope to get us to a number, to hit us to a sweet spot where it makes sense economically to do this. Given the money that we're expending now, it's not going to get any better. It's going to get worse. We should use the min money, and we should put our own money in there, and we're never going to get a better situation. Yeah, in my opinion, I will never vote to, and I know this is not part of the motion, the original motion, but I'll never vote to do anything with the lakes other than to make them better and preserve them. The lakes are great. I used to live in the neighborhood. I go there all the time. A lot of wedding pictures are taken at that. I mean, forget about the tennis pictures and the whatever pictures. Wedding pictures are taken there every single weekend. You see people going there. You see events that are happening there. They come in here and they talk about the Epilepsy Foundation has their events there, numerous events there. The kids that play in the Angels playground enjoy the lakes, and everybody enjoys the geese. It's a great place. It's almost borderline sacred place for Costa Mesa. We're here to preserve it, and it makes sense only because of the great work that was done by the Public Works Department. The one thing that I will say, which has nothing to do with my motion, is an area that does, if we did have some money, I would love to see some money put into the amphitheater. That, I think, is something that with a little tender loving care, I just see Shakespeare in the Park there. I see outdoor concerts. Anyway, this is a great neighborhood. It used to be my neighborhood, and they put up with a lot of stuff. And they like their lakes. Let's give them their lakes. Anyway, that's the basis of my motion.
Can I be heard?
Yes, of course.
Thanks.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. After the second.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah, protocol is to hear from the second first.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with everything the mayor just said on this project, including the amphitheater, though we'll save that for another night. I'll add, I've been scouring my computer to look at the cost of other CIP projects. Like, we don't blink an eye at $2 million in other CIP projects. And I couldn't find it, but I know every time we approve our budget, I'm always sad at what a small fraction of the pie goes to our parks, both our parks department and our parks as facilities in the city. Like, our parks are some of the most beloved places in the city. We don't invest in them enough. We have the added bonus here of money that's not ours that we get to use. As one of the speakers mentioned, the lakes here at Tewinkle Park are iconic. These are things that generations of Costa Mesans have enjoyed. It reminds me of the discussion of Airplane Park, when there was, a tiny suggestion that we might not have the airplane at Airplane Park, and it was public outcry, like, do whatever you need to do to have the airplane at Airplane Park. I think it's the same thing. Like, we support the lakes at Tewinkle Park. It's a really important part of Costa Mesa. I was looking at some other, we have multiple road projects that are $2 million or so. We're putting $1 million each for Ketchum, Liebelt, and Shalimar, which are a much smaller footprint than this park. So I appreciate the diligence on the cost and the de-scoping the project, but in the grand scheme of things, it seems very reasonable, and our parks deserve it. Thank you.
Councilmember Bewley, you wish to be heard?
Yes, I do, thanks.
You have the floor.
Clear on procedure. This is a substitute motion, so if it were to be voted down, then the initial motion to continue would get voted on? Okay.
Correct.
That being said, yeah, this wasn't even on my radar coming in tonight, but I appreciated Councilmember Pettis and Councilmember Gameros pursuing and drilling down on this idea that maybe we can do something else with this area. And what occurs to me, we constantly hear that we have a lack of green space, a lack of open space for kids and activities and whatever. And I'm hearing a lot of impassioned voices as to the sentimentality and the purpose and the aesthetic value of these lakes and this park, and I'm not discounting that. But I think this is a significant decision, and tonight we're hearing voices strongly in favor of maintaining the lakes. I think the community should be given an opportunity to see if there are voices that think it could be used for better purposes, something that requires less maintenance. And after we've heard those voices, if it's still strongly in favor of keeping the lakes, you'll have my full-throated support for it. But if there's an alternative voice out there, I think they're entitled to an opportunity to be heard. And that would, if that's probably, I will be voting no on this motion in hopes that we'll then consider the continuation motion. And a comment on, we've got 2 million right now that is going to be gone because there's nobody to advocate for Costa Mesa. I don't want to get out over my ski tips here, but I developed a relatively good relationship with Dr. Choi, who's our current senator up there. And I think I can get him to go to bat for us if it's the community speaks and they're open and they're in favor of not continuing with the lakes. But I'm not pro or con, but I think a continuance on a significant project like this, just to get staff to come back and tell us what would be some potential within budget alternatives for out there. So that's why I'll be voting no.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember Marr, you may be heard. It's your district.
It is my district, and I'm just really dismayed by so many of these comments not supporting the lakes. If we want to have a meeting where we get 300 residents of Mesa Del Mar to turn out and talk about how much they love the lakes, then we will do that. But I can assure my colleagues that this is a pretty universally loved amenity in the city. A couple of other points. One, I would strongly encourage my colleagues to read the report that was generated by the initial consultants that does go into detail about evaporation versus seepage, about the role of the ducts and ways to mitigate them. I eagerly awaited that when I was first elected because I knew it was coming out. It provides a ton of relevant information that I think my colleagues could benefit from. And it makes very clear that part of the reason we're in this position is because we didn't do anything for 20 years. And that is the point that I just keep coming back to, is that we get in these places where we have to spend $2.5 million because we didn't do our due diligence on maintenance along the way, because we didn't fund it, because it wasn't, exciting enough. And so I would say part of the reason we're in this position and what we should do looking forward at CIP projects is really make sure that we're doing the best thing for the long term so that we don't end up in this place. I wholeheartedly support the motion. Mr. Mayor, I think you did a good job articulating the value of the lakes. And I am very, very grateful to staff for their diligence. Mr. Setharaman called me when we first got that quote back that was so high and said, oh no, we need to come up with a plan. And he has spent the last 2 years executing on that. So thank you to staff for what you've done. Wholeheartedly support the motion, and would not advise to have a community meeting where we get yelled at by 300 Mesa Del Mar residents. But if that's what we need to do, we will do that.
Okay, I like that. I do have a question to, so if we continue this and we have this discussion and dialogue about what to do with the lakes and whether to remove the lakes, would we have to rebid the project?
Mr. Mayor, as we received these bids a while ago, and we've spent a lot of time negotiating with the contractor to be at this point, we will be coming back with rejecting the bids because if we don't approve it, and then whatever we decide, if we decide to go back again, keeping the lakes, we'll have to rebid the project and see what we get at that time.
And what's the likelihood that if we rebid the project that the cost will go down?
It's hard to say. It's very unlikely.
More likely, wouldn't it be that the cost will go up?
Yes.
Okay, so if we continue it, it's likely that the cost will go up. Okay, the other thing is, I just took a photo of my my little pin. I can't tell, but is Tewinkle Lakes in the city logo?
That's what, my understanding is. It's, we used to have some, Tewinkle Lakes, and with the sailboat on that one, the toy sailboats, and that's
Yeah.
what it is.
So how much would it cost to redesign the city logo? All right, and let's call for the question on the substitute motion.
Hold on, do voice vote. All right. Councilmember Pettis?
No.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Mar?
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros? No. Councilmember Bewley? No. Mayor Pro Tem Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-3 with Councilmembers Pettis, Gameros, and Bewley voting no.
All right, let's, thank you very much. Thanks for the spirited discussion. Okay, let's move on to the next item. This time it really is old business item number 3.
Award of a professional services agreement for Category 6A structured cabling and Verkada camera installation with BCS Consultants. Presentation by Mr. Ely, IT Director.
Okay, we're good? Order, please.
Hi, my name is Michael. I'm the IT manager, and I will be giving the presentation tonight. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Tonight we are presenting the Category 6A recommendation. The background is that on March 3rd of 2020, Council approved the first 5-year ITSP, the Information Technology Strategic Plan. The ITSP recommended replacing the city's 20-year-old Avaya telephone switch system with a newer voice over internet protocol telephone system. The VoIP technology enables voice calls to be made over the internet in addition to traditional phone lines. However, a prerequisite to implementation of the VoIP system is that we have to have Category 6 or Category 5E cabling or better. The city has Category 5 cabling today. As part of the scope of work, we have 4 stages. The first stage of enterprise cabling is to install Cat 6A cabling throughout the whole organization, all the remote sites, all the fire stations, all the public safety facilities. The second stage is to install the enhanced Verkada camera system in the public safety facility in the police department. The third stage is to install and upgrade our campus multi-mode fiber to single mode fiber so that we can go faster and be more resilient and more redundant on this campus that includes our dispatch center, our public safety building, and City Hall. And the fourth final stage is to relocate a wiring closet in the Emergency Operations Center so that they can have room to install an office for backup dispatch purposes. The project is expected to last 12 months. As part of the procurement process, the vendor proposals were evaluated based on qualifications and experience of key personnel, which was 45% of the ranking. Qualification of the firm was 30%. The cost was 25%. The top 3 proposals moved on to the next phase of interviews. BCS Consultants was selected because they illustrated the best enterprise level approach and documentation. They had the best overall score from the 3 evaluators, and they have a clear understanding of what the city needs and our objectives. As part of the project outcomes, the 6A cabling project will enable the city's telephone system to interface with VoIP, will improve and have the ability to handle large data files in real time, and improves power over Ethernet for cabling purposes. We will have increased higher data transfer rates up to 10 gigabits. We currently have 1 gigabit. We will minimize crosstalk and interference, and it will be backwards compatible with any other cabling standard, such as Cat 6 and 5E. This solution provides 10 gig performance that will make our solution and our investment more reliable, more resilient, faster, and better. The illustration before you shows, what we have today before and where we want to be. We want a more professional and sustainable installation that functions into the future. Staff recommendations are to authorize the city manager and city clerk to execute a professional services agreement for network cabling and camera installation to BCS Consultants at 99 Irvine Center Drive, Irvine, California, 92618, in the amount of $740,684, to authorize a 5% contingency in the amount of $37,034 for unforeseen costs, and to authorize the city manager or designee to execute the agreement and future amendments to this agreement. And at this time, I would be happy to answer any questions you may have about this project.
Council, do you have any questions? No. Open it up for public comment. Oh, here we go. Come on up. Come on up. Yes, sir.
How you doing? My name's Edward Coleman. I don't know if you remember me. I came here about 1.5 years ago, and I asked you guys to set this RFP to the side, which you did. I thank you very much for that, because purchasing is not following the rules. The rules in the RFP state, in order to bid on this project, you must be in business for 10 years, you must pay prevailing wage, and you must have 3 references of other city municipal contracts. Only 2 people who turned in bids out of 4 companies, only 2 of us meet that threshold, and neither one of us were selected. Their scoring matrix is flawed, because they say in their scoring matrix, I'll tell you, comments, BCS Consultants, established in 2001, meeting a 10-year requirement, experience installing Verkada cameras, no mention of previous experience or examples with other agencies. And that's one of the requirements in the RFP, that you have to have 3 other things. But yet, they gave them max points. Even though they did not meet that threshold, they gave them max points. Then you go to what they evaluated us. Comments, offices in Los Angeles and Laguna provided 3 municipal references with similar sized projects as required in the RFP. Firm has over 10 years experience in the industry, yet we didn't get the max points. So how can a company that did everything that's in the RFP not get the max points compared to a company that didn't do everything that you're supposed to do? How did they get the max points? It's subjective. That's why most cities go with lowest bidder. We were the lowest bidder. Our bid was $700,000, but they're going to go with another company and pay an extra $40,000 because they did a scoring matrix and they came up with these scores. They didn't call any references. They didn't go with the lowest bidder. So it's not a fair bidding process. So we're asking once again, as we did 1.5 years ago, to set this to the side until we can figure out what's going on with purchasing.
Thank you. Yes, Ralph.
Evening, Mayor, Council.
I guess last, maybe 2 council meetings ago, there was a review of the ERP, and that was approved. I made similar comments then as I'm going to make tonight, I guess. I always try and go back and look at the original document or the original plan. Staff mentioned that the first phase of this 5-year IT strategic plan was 2020. It was approved. So I would question for staff, I guess, is to when was this part of it with the cabling, when was that proposed to be, what was the cost proposed in the initial 5-year plan? And when was the installation plan for that? What was the timing of that? It's 5 years down the road. Why is this happening now? Was it planned earlier? Was it planned for less cost, more cost, whatever? I think the process should be, there should be a comparison between here's our plan and here's what we're doing now. And unfortunately, typically the process that the city has, it doesn't go back to what's the original document and what was the original cost, what was the original implementation plan, and then talk about variances and why, if there are variances, why are there variances? Thank you.
Thank you. Is anybody on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Let's close public comment. This would be the opportune time for a council member to make a motion.
Move staff recommendation.
We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez. Do we have a second?
I'll make the second. I have a question for staff.
Yes.
So I think, and maybe a question for our city attorney, in some of our projects, there is a requirement for lowest bid. In other projects, and I think typically more service-related contracts, staff have the opportunity to weigh a number of different factors, so it's not always the lowest bid. Can you explain to me the difference? And then my question for staff will be, can you just describe the reasons your proposal is to not go with the lowest bid in this case?
Yes, so when a project is purely construction, it's a public works contract that gets bid, and the lowest bidder is lowest responsive bidder is awarded the contract.
So that would be like the road rehabilitation project,
Correct.
for example.
When it's a hybrid project where it's both construction and services, especially when it comes to IT-related or software-related type programs, then we go through the RFP process and we do this ranking. So price is one consideration, but we're also looking at the qualifications and the ability for that vendor to provide the service over the extended period of time typically. We do require payment of prevailing wages when we are dealing with the construction or installation of cabling or whatever it is. That is mandatory for this project. So I hope that answers your question. I think Mr. Sethuraman or staff can answer the rest of the questions.
So to answer the portion about why the evaluation committee selected BCS as the vendor, even though they were not the lowest, as I stated in my original presentation, the level of detail to their approach and their documentation was superior to all the other documentation sets that we saw, where they actually marked out on blueprints some of their previous work, like, for example, where their network drops were located, how the paths were run, what the conduit size was. A lot of engineering detail that we didn't see in a lot of the other proposals. Again, they had the best overall score in this group. This is the second RFP that we put out for this particular project. And that scoring, like like the city attorney mentioned, 25% of it was strictly based on price. But when we in IT look at cabling, this is extremely impactful to our organization because in order to install cable, I have to displace workers. They're going to be working in the evening and trying to run these cables through the ceiling and into people's offices and invading the space. So the coordination that has to happen so that we don't disrupt our organization we're very sensitive to that. So that's part of the other reasons why we selected them is because, they just, based on the evaluation scores, they provided better proof through their documentation than others. As part of the interview process, when we interviewed the contestants on The Price is Right, clearly they understood the needs and the objectives. They did have multiple references to other cities where they do the same type of work. Everything, and I'll have to defer to purchasing and finance, but all of their certifications and all of their requirements to actually perform this particular job were met. And so that's why we selected them. It was not based on lowest bid, because if it was, which it wasn't a requirement, the protesting firm probably would have won.
Yeah, okay. So I'm hearing level of detail in the written proposal, your experience in the direct interviews, and references with other cities.
Yes.
Got it. My second stands. Thank you.
So did you want to speak to the motion? I have something I want to say, but go ahead. You want me to go? Yeah. Okay, so look, we're getting a little better, okay, in terms of our staff reports. I'm not picking on you. This is directed to everybody who writes a staff report of this nature. It is on staff of the city of Costa Mesa. I have provided now numerous times to staff exemplars of how it's done at OCTA, right? It's a higher level of explanation. And I can provide it to any staff member who wants it. Send me an email. I will send you examples. And then we now have an opportunity, you have an opportunity to go and look at, like, oh gosh, I don't know if they do well, they usually do this in committee. And when they make a presentation, they talk about all of the people that bid. And they give a summary, and they talk about the people in management. I mean, it's like lots of detail. And the reason why they do that, especially in a situation that's close, okay, is then all the bidders know exactly what the thought process was. It's like exceedingly transparent, okay? So if we're done in that format, you would have an explanation of BCS, but you'd also have an explanation of X-Act. And you might even have something, I mean, net experts didn't show up at their interviews, so they were very far behind. But you know what I'm saying? It's just really a high level of transparency and creates a high level of satisfaction to all the competitive bidders. And the reason I think it's important and like I say, I'm not picking on you. I'm speaking to every staff member that engages in this type of competitive bidding throughout all of the departments. It creates a real feel like I really want to bid because those people at that agency, because those people really are going to read it carefully and they're really going to consider it. And it's a showing of deep respect for the bidders, okay? And I do believe, although I don't have any data to prove this, the result of that is more bids and therefore overall a reduced cost to the taxpayer. So if anybody needs to see that, I will support this motion. I understand your points. I like what you did here. It's better. It's better than what I've seen before, and it's better than the first time we did it. But there's even more opportunity to improve to get to that higher level of the other agency that I serve on the board. Okay. Anyway, just some constructive dialogue about how we can improve. Okay. Anybody, you have anything to say about your motion? Nope. Okay, may we call for the question? Okay, let's
Mr.
do
Mayor,
that
if I
by,
could just weigh in quickly
Yes.
on one point. I did want to note that Exact did not follow the designated appeal procedure for the award of this bid.
okay. Okay, let's call for the question.
Councilmember Pettis?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynolds? Yes. Councilmember Marr?
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros?
Yes.
Councilmember Bewley? Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, now I think, if I'm not mistaken, we're on to new business. Oh, we got another old business one?
No new.
Oh my gosh. No, we're at new business, right?
Yes.
Please. No, oh my goodness, we have another old business one. Oh, yeah. Woo. Boy. We're fighting through those old business items. Okay, number 4.
You were scaring me there for a second.
No. Oh, hold on one right sec. We gotta do the title. Read the title.
Yes, this is request for city council direction regarding the results of the Orange County Power Authority feasibility study presented by Ms. Jaker, assistant to the city manager.
Mr. Kerr, you've got the floor.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. Tonight, the Orange County Power Authority will be presenting the results of their feasibility study on the potential of Costa Mesa joining OCPA. Back in July 2024, the City Council approved the disclosure of the city's SCE load data to OCPA in order to conduct this feasibility analysis. OCPA has prepared a presentation and is available to answer any questions, and I'll turn it over to them now.
All right.
All right, well, good evening.
You have the floor.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council and City staff. My name is Joe Mosca. I'm the CEO of Orange County Power Authority, and I'm also joined by several members of our team, OCPA team, that are here in the audience today, several that are going to help me with this presentation and assist with any questions that you have so that we can answer as many questions as you have tonight. We also are joined by the chair of the Board of Directors, OCPA Board of Directors, also a city council member in the great city of Buena Park, Susan Sani, who's here as well, and she'd like to say a few words after the presentation. So I have a very brief presentation for you. If I can get it going there. All right. So as was already said, so just about a year ago, we were here discussing Orange County Power Authority and exploring membership with Costa Mesa joining OCPA. That was July 16th. And after a very robust discussion with your city council, you gave your city staff permission to enter into a non-disclosure agreement with SE, and we entered into a non-disclosure agreement with Southern California Edison as well to get the electric load data for your city so that we can move to the next step in the process and do a feasibility analysis of that electric load data. So today, what we're going to share with you is a feasibility study that was conducted by a third-party Pacific Energy advisors, and on the line today remotely is Alden Walden from Pacific Energy Advisors, and at the appropriate time he's going to present the feasibility study. And we're also here to answer any questions and get any feedback from the City Council in terms of future steps. Next step. Just to take a step back, because I know that not everybody in the public and not everybody in the City Council is part of that first discussion. So what is community choice aggregation? AB 117, 23 years ago, gave rise to community choice aggregation in the state of California. And fast forward, there are now 25 CCAs throughout the state of California. 14 million people are living within a community that is served by a CCA. 26% of the load, electric load here in the state of California is served by a CCA. Another 25% is the public sector with MOUs and POUs, and then the other 50% are investor-owned utilities. Just a really high-level overview of how this works. So CCAs are purchasing energy on behalf of their customers, their residents, and their businesses. We're purchasing that from energy suppliers, from developers, from the market, just like the utility is doing, but we're providing more renewable energy. We deliver that to the grid, and the utility delivers it to homes and businesses and to our customers. This is a very high-level view of how it works. Next slide, please. So we're a not-for-profit organization. We're also very focused on procuring more renewable energy and reducing carbon emissions locally. We launched in October 2022. Our office is located in Irvine. We currently have 21 full-time staff members. We have about just shy of 200,000 customer accounts in the city of Winter Park, Fullerton, Irvine, and Fountain Valley. Next slide, please. Here are some of the benefits of community choice aggregation. Choice. Competition in the energy market for the first time ever, more energy, renewable energy being put onto the grid, local control, local reinvestment, local job creation, and new energy source development are just some of the community choice benefits. We are fiscally sound and fiscally healthy. In fact, just like this agency, this city, we go through financial audits by third parties on a regular basis, on an annual basis. And all of those audits are contained on our website, and they've all been clean audits. Also, ensuring that we're living into one of our core values of affordability. Our rate design has remained unchanged for the last couple of years, allowing for stability and affordability. And here's just a kind of a snapshot of our last couple of budgets, and you can see below that for the current fiscal year, our budget is balanced. Putting some into reserves, and our reserves are about 16%, and we project about 30% by the end of next year. Next slide. Now I'm going to ask Alden Walden to step in to present the feasibility study that they conducted of your city on behalf of OCPA. Alden?
All right. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, perfect. All right. Well, thank you for allowing me to join remotely this evening. My name is Alden Walden with Pacific Energy Advisors. I'll try and keep this brief because I know you've got some more agenda items to get to this evening, but just a little introduction to Pacific Energy Advisors. We provide technical advisory services and analytical and operational support to community choice aggregators and other electric load serving entities in California. We helped launch the first CCA, and we continue to support that CCA as a great partner currently. We currently support over half of the operating CCAs in the state and have supported a majority of the others that are also operating at one level or another over the years. So we've worked with OCPA for I believe about 4 years now, since before it launched operations. And we were asked to conduct the feasibility study for expansion to Costa Mesa. The primary two things that we look for when we're doing these feasibility analyses are one, the impacts to the power portfolio for OCPA, and the impacts to the bottom line pro forma financial forecast there. So we received the SCE customer data for 2023 into 2024, which should give us a pretty good indication of the current lay of the land for the recent customer base of Costa Mesa. It's about 50,000 eligible customers, a majority of those being residential accounts, and a little over 600,000 megawatt hours of energy demand annually. However, majority of that is from the commercial and industrial customer base. So quite a bit of industry in Costa Mesa. This is a little over a 25% increase to OCPA size, assuming that all eligible accounts were enrolled, decided to move forward with OCPA service. So move to the next slide here, please. As far as the financial feasibility study portion of this, we've assumed a 2027 launch date, March specifically, whereas January 1st of 2027 would be the earliest that Costa Mesa could join OCPA service per the CPUC rules. Again, we looked at the SCE historic data. We assumed a majority of the customers would participate in OCPA's Smart Choice service offering. You see there's a little bit of a typo there. We assumed about 10% of the customers would opt up to the 100% renewable choice. We've also assumed that there would be a 90% customer participation overall for residential and 95% participation for the CNI accounts. The street lighting and traffic control lights are exempt from the opt-out assumptions here, as a majority of them tend to be municipal accounts, and municipal accounts tend to not opt out. Otherwise, you wouldn't move forward here. So the revenues for the study are based on OCPA's expected cost of service rates for each fiscal year going out into the future. And those are based on OCPA's assumed revenue requirements out into the future at this time. The incremental costs that are assumed in the study primarily are related to the power supply, which tends to be 90% or more of the CCA's budget. Other items in there we include are incremental staffing, marketing, customer care, the IOU service fees, other service provider fees, and reserve contributions, and some additional admin costs in there. Those have all been weighted based on the existing budget for OCPA's operations. Jump to the next one here. So as you can see, moving from left to right, fiscal year 26-27, again, showing a March 2027 launch. This isn't a full fiscal year. We're missing a majority of that fiscal year, so to say, and especially being the expensive summer months of operating. So the bottom line operating margin here is pretty sizable in comparison to the total revenue. Again, because we're missing the expensive summer months. However, when we move into fiscal year 27, 28, out into 29, 30, we've got a pretty respectable operating margin showing here. So kind of just going down vertically from top to bottom, again, starting with the revenues. These are based on OCPA's current expected cost of service rates going out into the future. So these won't be the rates that are actually, implemented at the time. OCPA goes through an annual rate setting process as part of its budget setting process. And each year those revenue requirements are determined and put into play. But at this point in time, the forward forecast, these are the rates that are shown that OCPA would be operating at. Then we move down. Oh, sorry, go back here. Then we move down a row. Again, the power supply cost being a vast majority of the operating costs. We're looking at a little over $57 million annually in order to serve the customers of Costa Mesa, and just about $7 million in other operating expenses, again, back to the other items that I mentioned that are not related to the power procurement efforts here. So dropping down to the net operating margin, we're showing a positive margin, meaning that at the expected rates that OCPA will be implementing or expected to be implementing, again, that's subject to change, there is a positive bottom line to serving these customers. So that doesn't mean that OCPA will be collecting this level of revenues and this bottom line from Costa Mesa customers. It means that there wouldn't be a detriment to supporting Costa Mesa customers by the existing customer base, or in other words, there are not going to be any additional costs pushed onto the existing OCPA customer base in order to support the addition of new customers in Costa Mesa. So that's all I have at this point. I'll hand it back to Joe.
All right, and then Alden's going to stick around for any questions that you have after the presentation. I have a few slides that just kind of walk through the process ahead. So we're in that kind of second bubble phase, if you will, where we're presenting the feasibility study. And then we skip over, if the council so desires, we skip over to the October-November timeframe where we're considering an ordinance and resolution, but we have plenty of time for additional questions before we get there. Also, moving forward, if we were to consider joining, further exploring membership with OCPA, we would ultimately need a decision by the board of directors of OCPA by December to amend the implementation plan of OCPA to include the city of Costa Mesa as a member. And then we would start the onboarding process in the beginning of 2026, and that would go for the full year of 26 and 27, and we would start to launch in March of 2027. Just a couple more, drilling down a little bit more, and we have dates set here that we could consider ordinance and resolution. We were asked to give a little bit more meat on the bones in terms of a schedule, and so this is what it would look like if we wanted to have this considered before the end of the year. Next slide. And this is the process for OCPA, just walking back from the timeline in terms of getting the implementation filed with the California Public Utilities Commission. We'd have to have that considered by the board of directors of OCPA in December, and also give notice to our member agencies that we would be amending that implementation plan in December as well. Next slide. And this is going forward after the amendment of that implementation plan, and it's filed with the California Public Utilities Commission. The CPUC then has 90 days to approve or ask additional questions, approve that amended implementation plan, and then we would be into outreach plan. We would develop an outreach plan with your city to ensure that we're communicating closely with the businesses and residences, and then we would prepare for a launch in March of 2027. Before I hand it over to questions, if it's okay with you, our chair of the board of directors and council member from Buena Park, Susan Sani, has sat here patiently, and she'd like to say a few words just about her experience, if it's okay with you.
Of course. Welcome, council member from the great city of Buena Park, home of Knott's Berry Farm. You have the floor.
Indeed, thank you so much. Honorable Mayor Stevens, Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, and esteemed council members. I am a city council member in Buena Park, chair of the Orange County Power Authority Board, and board treasurer for a statewide nonprofit on environmental issues called Civic Well. Before I talk about OCPA, I'd just like to make a couple of comments. First of all, I have enjoyed this evening so much. This has proven to me how much I love this work. I found myself wanting to make comments about everything you were talking about. It's not my city and it's not my business, and of course I won't do that, but it just made it very clear to me how much I love public service and how interesting all of this is to me. And I also wanted to compliment you, Mayor Stevens. The last time I saw you was at the Veteran Hero Awards at Heroes Hall, and you gave a talk and talked about the history of Costa Mesa. And it was fascinating and gave great perspective on the event. And I've been wanting to tell you how much I enjoyed listening to your comments that day. I'm here tonight to add in the discussion of Costa Mesa's potential for joining OCPA. As a member of Civic Well, I learned how that organization was involved in the critical creation of CCAs in California, starting over 20 years ago. Now that there are over 200 towns, cities, and counties that are served by CCAs, over 14 million customers, it's shown to be a proven way to bring choice to your residents, money back to your community in programs, and accelerate your goals of climate excellence. I'm proud to represent a leader in climate action in Orange County. Buena Park has the highest rate of participation in OCPA. As a founding member of OCPA, Buena Park has decreased carbon emissions by over 350 million pounds. That's the equivalence of 38,000 gas-driven vehicles taken off the road for a year. It's easy to discount these incredible impacts because you can't see them, but they are just as real as the consequences of the changing climate that we do feel and see almost daily. OCPA staff and Buena Park City staff work together closely to bring the best climate options for our residents and businesses. Those customers appreciate the choice, the opportunity to make a huge difference in the ravages of climate change, and the business's ability to improve tourism by advertising their enrollment in 100% renewable energy, a factor which has become increasingly more important to travelers. One of the goals that's listed on your council's website is to advance environmental sustainability and climate resiliency. A laudable goal, which you could achieve more quickly and more easily as members of Orange County Power Authority. I know that both of our cities are close to completion of our climate action and adaptation plans right now. Buena Park's membership in OCPA will help us achieve our goals, and we consider it a significant and obvious way to get there more quickly. Climate disasters are happening more and more frequently, and our legacy does not afford us much time to react. For the sake of your constituents' choice and future generations' quality of life, I urge you to support moving forward tonight to quickly join the almost 200,000 customers in Orange County who benefit from being customers in Orange County Power Authority. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any of your questions from the perspective of an elected council member and board member of OCPA. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you, Councilmember Sani, Director Sani. Susan. Sorry. Yes. Do you have anything further?
That concludes the presentation, and the entire team is available for questions.
Okay, so we can ask questions. Does any before I open it up to the public, do any council members have questions?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilmember Marr.
Thank you. Mr. Mosca, could you talk a little bit about how many cities across California are currently in CCAs? I just want to make clear that this isn't a brand new concept just in Orange County.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember, for that question. It is not a new concept. In fact, before it was adopted here in California, it existed in other states, and currently CCAs in some form exist in about 9 states in the United States. But in California, it has existed for 23 years, and up and down the state, there are 25 CCAs that are providing a quarter of the energy load for the state of California, which is fairly seismic. And then there's another quarter that's served by municipal utilities, which I think shows that 50% of the load is actually served by public entities for the public good. Over 200 communities are served by CCAs, and it's just growing. There are a number of cities and counties in the Central Valley that are now launching and looking at launching. So I'm sure in a year or two, we'll be talking about even more communities. We have 487 cities throughout the state of California, so there's a lot of room to grow.
Thank you. I think one of the other things that wasn't covered in your presentation was related to rates. There's a lot of misinformation out there about sort of how your rates compare to SCE. Can you kind of walk us through what those rate structures actually look like?
I'm going to invite our CFO, Tiffany Law, up to help out with this question.
I think, good evening, Mayor and then Mayor Pro Tem and also the council members. I'm Tiffany Law and I'm the CFO at OCPA. And my understanding from the misinformation is about the 3% discount compared to the equivalent generation rates to SCE. Actually, the difference or the discrepancy I would describe is because of the surcharges. And for SCE, they categorize those surcharges. The name is called Wi-Fi fund charge, as well as the fixed research charge, and they categorize those under the delivery charge. But for OCPA, we categorize under surcharges. And if you compare OCPA generation charge to SCE equivalent generation charge, it will be equivalent to 3%. Thank you.
Okay, so the most basic rate, if I'm understanding on OCPA, is about 3% cheaper, but we're just talking about part of the bill. I think there was an appendix slide that kind of went over what the other rates are. Could you walk us through those as well, please?
So there are, Councilmember, are you referring to, I think if you go one slide prior? Yes, so there are 3 energy products of Orange County Power Authority. The basic choice plan, which Tiffany was just talking about, it's 3% less as the equivalent generation rate, and it tracks with RPS, the renewable portfolio standards for the state, so it's 47% renewable energy currently. That's going up in the future. Smart Choice is 1 penny per kilowatt hour more, and that's 55% renewable energy and 40% carbon-free, mostly large hydro. And then there's 100%, which is 1.5 pennies per kilowatt hour more than the basic choice, and that's 100% renewable energy. It's got wind, solar, battery storage, and some geothermal.
So if Costa Mesa were to join OCPA as customers joined, would they be automatically enrolled in one of these options and then have the ability to opt up or down, or how would that work?
So good question. So the feasibility study that was just presented did assume that we would, the default plan would be Smart Choice plan, the middle tier. And then from there, customers would have the opportunity to opt down or opt up or opt out. And we would basically do our, we would have a communications plan that we would work with your city to make sure that customers understand that from the very beginning, that they have a choice for the first time ever. And they can stay where they started, they can opt down, opt back to the bundled generation of the SC, or opt up to our 100% premium product.
So, and sorry I'm remote, but Chair Sunny, if you wouldn't mind weighing in, how did this work for Buena Park? What did most people choose? And then, did you have a lot of tough conversations about people opting up or down or out?
Excuse me. One of the things I noticed when I first started running for city council in Buena Park is how many people in my city are very concerned about climate change. It turned out to be one of the biggest issues that I talked to people about. Our adoption rate in Buena Park has been the highest of any member city in Orange County, and we have very happy customers. Most we started our default rate at 100% renewable energy, except for our water department at the city. We didn't think it was fair to pass that extra charge on as a part of the water bill, too. We had very few people opt lower, other than our customers who need to do that for financial reasons and are already in the CARE and FARA programs for SCE. They continue in those programs with OCPA. But people have, and then recently we moved to Smart Choice because of some fluctuations in the power market. But we will be going back to 100% very happily at the beginning of 2027. And it has been that people are concerned that their children have a future, air to breathe, water to drink, a livable planet to be on, which is the primary goal of this organization, is to help support those environmental issues. So does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
You're very welcome.
I think, one of the other parts about CCAs that I find very interesting are the programs that they can also run. I know OCPA is still kind of, in the launch phase generally for a CCA, but maybe could you give some examples, Mr. Mosca, of other programs that you find interesting that are being run for residents that you think could benefit Costa Mesa down the line?
Thank you, Councilwoman. I'm going to ask our Director of Communications and External Affairs, who actually oversees all customer programs, to help out with this question.
Good evening, Mayor, distinguished council members. My name is Jackie Henderson. As Joan mentioned, I am the Director of Communications and External Affairs, so I get the pleasure of being out in the community, building those relationships, and getting to oversee all of the programs that are going out and benefiting our customers. So just to speak to, there are a couple of slides in the appendix as well that kind of reference this, if we're able to skip forward, just so you can look at what I'm looking at. If you want to go one back, perfect. So as a not-for-profit, we do make a profit. It goes back into the community, or it will go back into our reserves, which will help us financially to get that credit rating, which will bring down costs of power, and then just create rate stabilization for our customers as we grow into economies of scale. But we want to make sure that the programs that we develop benefit our customers and that they take advantage of them. You will find that trying to give away money is sometimes challenging, despite what you might think. So we definitely want to make sure that it is reaching the customers and making sure that they are taking advantage of them. So we do, as Chair Sani had mentioned, we do honor all of the low-income programs. Those are SCE programs. You remain customers of SCE, so you still have the benefit of those programs. We are currently offering a $1,000 discount on EV chargers on our marketplace, which makes them free because they are less than $1,000. We are also offering a $1,000 rebate on a residential battery storage rebate. We are offering for renters primarily a energy efficiency kit that has $50 worth of home appliances that you can use to save money on your energy bills by just installing smart lighting and weather stripping and using power strips. We have an incentive finder where you can go online and see all of the incentives that you specifically qualify for as a customer of OCPA and as a resident of a member city. We also offer a higher net compensation rate for excess solar that is generated. I think getting to your question, Councilmember Marr, we do have a community power plan right now that we're working on, which is a 5-year roadmap for community programs. We actually went into the community and did surveys of customers, of business members, of municipality members, and asked them what is important to you so that we, when we launch programs in the future, meet your needs. We have right now $1 million dedicated to programs this fiscal year, and we want to make sure that we spend that money. That is your customers' money, and we want to give it back. If you want to progress to the next slide, these are some ideas of long-term programs right there on the bottom, but just to get to really quickly, we have also given away grants to community-based organizations, over $300,000, and we intend to keep doing that and growing that amount. We do offer sponsorships to different events. We want to make sure we're out in the community presenting ourselves. And then also in that community power plan, we're looking at what other CCAs have done successfully, and we want to make sure that we replicate that if it is something that is going to benefit the cities that we have. So that would include electrification programs for new construction, affordable housing, which has been recently done and was extremely successful. We would love to be able to do that. Multifamily building energy audits, multifamily building in-unit electrical panel upgrades, demand response incentive programs for businesses, loans and incentives for electrification of single-family households, home and business energy audits, low-interest loans for solar, which is something that we would love to be exploring, and technical assistance for building decarbonization. So those are just a few examples. I hope that answers the question that you had, Councilmember.
It does. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mayor Pro Tem, let's go with Councilmember Reynolds, then we'll go to Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, thank you. One additional question. Staff raised some concerns in the staff report about the staff resources and funding necessary to join. Can you describe any costs required with joining OCPA and what the typical staff requirement is on the city side to support the onboarding?
Right. Thank you. Thank you for that question. So there's no cost for the city. We don't, OCPA doesn't currently charge your city for the feasibility analysis. It doesn't charge you any money to join OCPA. We did just go through this process with the city of Fountain Valley. It's our first city joining OCPA after the launch of OCPA. And I would say that, you know, the city staff members, from the city manager to the director of public works, who is the key staff member on that project team, can also talk to your staff to let them know of what kind of interactions that we had. And I think that they would say there was minimal amount of work done. Of course there's work, but it was minimal amount of work. OCPA is experienced in doing this. and we want to basically do most of the work for you. We want to augment your capacity, not only with respect to getting through this process, because we know the process best. It's a very intense regulatory process. We know how to do it, and so we want to do it for you and make sure that it's done well, but also collaborate with you as well. But we also hope to be, augmenting your capacity in the future. One of the things that Jackie just talked about were state grants. Orange County continually ranks at the bottom in terms of third-party funding coming to this county for climate adaptation and climate initiatives. And so we want to make sure that, from decarbonization to multimodal systems, that we're basically affordable housing, that whatever grant money exists on the state and federal and county level, that we're able to bring to our member agencies and help you out. And so if we can basically, as we did with Los Angeles County, compete for decarbonization money, be a co-grantee with them, get money that's coming to Buena Park and Fullerton for some of the low-income, hard-to-reach communities of those cities, with decarbonization dollars. We want to do that. We want to help augment your capacity to apply for grants and to bring money beyond just our rate dollars.
And so just a follow-up in terms of the public outreach and sort of campaign that would be necessary to let people know what's happening. Is that something, the costs of that, obviously there's some coordination, but the costs of those materials would typically be covered by OCPA?
Yes, okay. And Jackie, if you wanted to, Jackie could talk a little bit more about our strategic approach to communicating with the community. And we're actually doing this right now with Fountain Valley. And we've been doing it for, it'll be over a year of communicating and really being on the ground with a lot of community-based organizations in that community before they're actually launched in October of 2026.
Mm-hmm. I just wanted to add a little bit to that. From my staff's perspective in Buena Park, there's been not very much effort at all on their part. They have found OCPA staff to be extremely helpful, truthful, forthcoming, transparent, providing all the information our staff needs. Our city, because we were a founding member, we went through the JPA that was being created with a fine-tooth comb. Our city attorney was able to answer all of our questions easily by interacting with the OCPA staff. I also wanted to mention one of the things that OCPA has that Edison doesn't have is our customers can call our call center and someone will take a long time to sit and go line by line through your bill and help you understand what you're paying for and how things work, which allows for our customers to get very comfortable with how it's working. Also, because the OCPA staff is at almost every one of our community events. They're out there available to the customers to answer questions regularly. So there's always interaction going on, and there's no mystery about what is happening at OCPA and how it impacts the customers in our community. There was a grant provided to one of our middle schools that has the first FFA program in the state of California for a middle school. Very exciting for the students to receive that grant. These are the kinds of things that would never have happened without having OCPA in our community.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens, and thank you guys and for your thoughtful responses to our questions. Mine really focuses on the cost saving part, because that's kind of what appeals to me the most of joining a CCE. So could you explain to me and the public how is that we're going to assure that we're always at least 3% lower than SCE?
Did you want to talk about the rates?
Can I say something to that?
Sure.
Let's go, Susan.
That's not the purpose of a CCA. The purpose of a CCA is environmental. If you just want a discounted Edison, OCPA is not the place to come for that. We have goals to help climate change, to help this planet heal, to give our kids and their kids a future. And there are very small differences in the 3 tiers for OCPA, but just being a discounted Edison is not the goal.
It may not be the goal, but is it at least part of the mission as you try to expand this to other cities?
Well, one of the reasons we in Buena Park decided to go with 100% renewable is because of our climate goals. But the advantage of being with OCPA is that all of our customers who do have financial issues, who do have concerns in their ability to pay, had the option to immediately go to that discounted rate, 3% below Edison. So we were able to continually provide the carbon-free energy, the renewable energy, a much higher amount of it, but still give our customers with economic concerns the ability to pay at a rate that they could afford.
Got it. So what you're saying, if I'm wrong, correct me, what you're saying is, see, Buena Park entered at a higher renewable rate, 100%.
100%. 1.5 cents higher than the base.
And that was primarily because your residents were prioritizing more of the environmental aspect of the CCA.
And resulted in less than a $10 additional charge for their monthly rate, approximately.
Has that been the experience in every city in the CCA? Do all 4 cities have the same philosophy, or is it primarily a Buena Park philosophy?
When we first went with 100% renewable energy, at the time when Huntington Beach was a member, they also went 100%, as did Irvine. Fullerton decided to go with the smart choice, the middle rate. And now there have been other things that have caused cities to change their rates, but 100% was where most of us started.
Okay. How difficult was it for folks to opt into the lower rate if they chose to do so?
Takes about a minute online. Very simple process.
How many folks in Buena Park opted out entirely?
Okay, I don't have that number in front of me. It's very low. It's the lowest, but can you tell me?
I also wanted to chime in. We do 4 required regulatory notices for customers so that they know 2 months ahead of time that this is coming, and they have the opportunity to completely opt out with not even going on to OCPA and to opt down. Our goal is also to be out into the community wherever you advise us to go and let people know that we are here and this is your option. We will bring computers if you would like. We're happy to host town halls and make people aware of these options and these choices. So I just wanted to make that clarifying moment.
I would like to answer about the opt-out rate for Buena Park. In 2025, the opt-out rate is only at 0.4%.
And was it for the other 4 cities?
For the other cities, in Fullerton, it's about 0.4% as well. And then for Irvine, it's at 0.7%.
And does that include the folks that opted out in prior years?
It include the folks opt out in 2025.
Got it, only 1 year. Okay.
And I also want to echo Chair Sani, what she just said. In California, they do have a renewable portfolio standard goals, which is 60% renewable energy content by 2030 and 100% by 2045. So by joining OCPA, customers who enroll in the Smart Choice plan actually gain access to a significantly cleaner energy mix. It's at 76% renewable energy, compared to only 38% from SCE, according to their 2024 Power Content label. This means OCPA customers can enjoy the benefits of nearly double the renewable content while directly supporting local sustainability and climate goals. Thank you.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, let's open it up to the public.
Can I also just say that competition for all CCAs is very important, and competitive rates are something that we prize. Affordability is also a core value of CCAs, certainly a core value of OCPA, And not only on the generation side, but on the 2/3 of your bill, which is the delivery side, we are constantly looking at affordability and making sure that we're advocating to ensure that that whole bill is as affordable as possible, especially as the state is looking at, fixing up the delivery system, which hasn't been invested in for a while. How do we do that? How do we do that in the future? How do we do it in an affordable manner? So CCAs like OCPA is at the table advocating for ratepayers, making sure that it's affordable. So affordability is a core concern for us. We're not about shareholders. We're about our customers, our residents, and our businesses.
Okay, let's open it up to the public. Okay. You all get 3 minutes, there's no question about that, but it's almost, it's coming on 11 o'clock. So if we could say it in one, say it in one. Go.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I am Mike Rao, former resident of Irvine during the operation of OCPA. I recommend you not join OCPA. OCPA is supposed to provide renewables, but in 2025, it reduced the renewable content of the energy it produced. Between 20 and 2023, its greenhouse gas emissions worsened, worse than Southern California Edison's. That's because OCPA is in financial duress. They had about $90 million in reserve, but project having only $45 million remaining this fiscal year. They are buying dirtier, non-renewable energy to save money. Study their power content labels and financials. You analyze them yourself. Joining OCPA is especially risky now because the Trump administration is destroying the green energy sector and slashing its subsidies, loans, grants, and tax incentives. Permission is being rescinded for solar farms, wind farms, and even permitting of land needed for transmission, solar, and wind. A huge $700 million offshore wind program was just killed off. It's going to be harder and harder for OCPA to purchase green energy involving tens of millions of dollars on long-term contracts. 10-year contracts and longer, and the credit market is tight. Last December, Irvine concluded OCPA deliberately withheld and misrepresented information and failed to inform Irvine about significant decisions that could adversely affect Irvine. This is a warning Costa Mesa should really heed. OCPA's joint power agreement, JPA makes no guarantee of lower prices or lower emissions. OCPA can raise rates anytime, unlike SCE, whose rates are regulated. Study the JPA and you'll see ratepayers are liable if OCPA fails. Joining OCPA will cost the city a lot of staff time dealing with its problems. Avoid the risks, the deceptions, OCPA rates that exceed SCE's rates, and the inevitable resident complaints. 30% opted out of OCPA in Irvine. Do not join OCPA. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Stevens and council members. My name is Tomas Castro. I'm an advocate with Climate Action Campaign. I'm also an Irvine ratepayer. I'm at the 3% basic choice. My family does enjoy that discount. It has lowered our bills. So I can assure you it does lower costs for families. I'm also a renter. So I know there's a significant renter population in Costa Mesa, and it has been a benefit to us here in Irvine. I'm encouraging you to take all necessary steps to begin the process of joining OCPA. Joining our regional CCE will provide Costa Mesa families with the right to choose where their energy comes from while protecting them from the arbitrary rate increases that we currently experience under SoCal Edison. Under SCE, we have seen our rates go up 90% over the past decade, with another 45% increase projected by 2030. These unmitigated rate increases by Edison have burdened OC families, with over 900,000 people in SoCal behind by an average of $1,000 to the monopoly utility. Joining OCPA will grant working Costa Mesans access to competitive and lower rates, allowing them to save money on their energy bills, all while being able to choose the renewable energy option that best works for them. Costa Mesa communities would also benefit from the new sustainable workforce policy that outlines prevailing wages, local hiring, and apprenticeships in member cities, and was developed in collaboration with unions such as IBEW and the LAOC building trades. Furthermore, I encourage you to proceed without another independent review of the feasibility study. The study has already taken 1 year to complete, and no other city has conducted an outside analysis before joining OCPA. Residents deserve clean energy choice and affordable rates as soon as possible. On the topic of Irvine withdrawing, you will notice on the city's agenda for September 9th an item to rescind the withdrawal notice that it proposed almost 1 year ago. Make no mistake, that withdrawal notice will be repealed. Irvine will stay in, and Costa Mesa will be able to safely join. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. My name is Vicki Johnson, and I live in Laguna Woods, but originally lived in Irvine when OCPA got started. And I've been witness to a lot of deception and misinformation. Now, for example, the CFO just said that Smart Choice has 75% renewable energy. Now look at your screen. This says 55%. Last year, OCPA offered 75% renewable energy, but they've had to downgrade and backtrack. So despite what she just said, on their own slides, renewables for Smart Choice is 55%, not the 75%. I can cite a number of misleading things I've heard today. Now, their feasibility study is for them to determine how much money they will make from Costa Mesa. That's about $75 million a year they're going to rake in from you. And what was presented as the average margin, well, that average margin, some $12 million a year, that's what they will retain. They won't lower Costa Mesa's rates. They will retain, out of that $75 million, another $12 million just for themselves. Now, they haven't also been forthcoming about what the actual dollar prices are that your residents will pay for electricity bills. The California Public Utilities Commission provides a rate comparison that shows, yes, there is a tiny discount for what they call basic choice. I refer you to these three service tiers. Basic choice might save you 1.5% of the bill, or maybe $2 less than SCE. But these two other tiers, Smart Choice, an extra $4 a month, roughly $40 per month, $40 per year more. Smart Choice, $40 per year than SCE. 100% renewables, $70 more per year. So when Buena Park says our residents have been happy, they have been paying, when they were at 100% renewables, an average of $70 per year more than would have been paid to SCE. And in aggregate, that was tens of millions of dollars extra from Irvine, from Buena Park, from the Fullerton as well, that went to OCPA. More, quite a bit more, tens of millions of dollars more from given to OCPA than those same residents, your residents that are facing financial hardship right now.
Your time, ma'am. That's your time, ma'am. That's your time, ma'am. No more, no more. Yes, sir. Excuse me, ma'am. You need to stop talking. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Council. Ralph DeBoda. A lot of numbers floating around, and I fully admit I have a lot to learn about CCAs, but I fully support the climate goals of CCAs. I noticed in the charts being presented, there's a marked difference between 25 and 26 for OCPA. For example, the reserves were 16% now, going to 30% in '26. Same with their revenue and their expenses between '25 and '26. And I'd like to know what that impact is. Is that Costa Mesa joining? Or maybe it's between '26 and '27. Is that the impact of potentially Costa Mesa joining? Also, the Smart Choice, as I understand, is about a penny more than Edison. Basic Choice is about 3 cents less. My understanding is that if Costa Mesa went with OCPA, all the residents would go in at Smart Choice. Is there an option? Could they go in at Basic Choice versus Smart Choice? Or it sounds like, per the councilwoman, Buena Park went in at 100% renewable. So that initial conversion, does the city have an option between Basic, Smart, or I guess 100% renewable? And then also the consultant, if I heard correctly, mentioned on the phone that most municipalities opt out. So potentially, I know that questions to be answered, but potentially would Costa Mesa opt out? And if Costa Mesa opted out, would then the city preclude itself from getting any potential cost savings? What else? I guess that's it. But I think there's still a lot of information to be gleaned. I don't see, many times I have critical about how long things take, but it seems like a short time frame to make a decision of this magnitude between now and have it be approved by OCPA board by December 31st. So I think there's just a lot more that needs to be discussed and thought about before a decision is being made. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, hold on one second. You're on.
Mayor Stevens and council members, my name is Michelle Johnson, a former 15-year resident of Costa Mesa and a graduate of Estancia High School, and I've served as a planning commissioner in Irvine, where I currently live. I have over 25 years of experience in corporate finance, commercial, and investment banking. I'm here tonight to speak against the City of Costa Mesa joining the Orange County Power Authority. I want to highlight the increased risk profile of OCPA, higher costs for the city and ratepayers, and the potential for future liabilities that your own residents will be forced to take on. OCPA is losing a lot of money. As of 6/30/2025, OCPA expects to lose $15 million. In fiscal year 26, they project losing $30 million. They support their deficits by depleting their reserves earned in a prior period, which went from $90 million to $45 million in December of this year. They're unable to meet their lender fixed charge coverage ratios, necessitating a bank waiver. In the past 12 months, OCPA bought 85% of their energy from 4 providers: Constellation, Shell Energy, Sunrise Power, and Southern California Edison. OCPA has had to post $15.8 million in cash collateral to various energy providers given their increasing risk profile. In November of last year, OCPA asked the City of Irvine to opt down from 100% renewable energy for at least 2 years, or our ratepayers would face pricing spikes of 400% or higher. The City of Irvine, which was paying almost $1 million in additional electricity costs, opted all accounts down to the basic choice. In Irvine, only 8 residents have chosen back up to the 100% renewable tier. OCPA can change their pricing at any time without CPUC approval with a simple vote of their board. Costa Mesa would be just 1 vote on the board, and you would not be able to block a rate increase. AB 205 will become effective November of this year and will reduce the price of electricity for all customers of investor-owned utilities, including Edison. OCPA's response is to alter their pricing methodology from benchmarking to Edison to a cost recovery method effective January 1 of 2026. This is the full recovery of energy procurement costs, operating expenses, debt service obligations, and reserve contributions. Ratepayers will be exposed to higher pricing whether they're in the basic choice tier or higher as OCPA seeks to shore up their weak financial position. The City of Costa Mesa has a fiduciary duty to your residents to perform due diligence before entering into any agreement with OCPA. The City of Long Beach Power Group stated it best when they said, when you're a CCA and you're buying a commodity, your investors, unfortunately, are your residents, and unbeknownst to them, they're taking on a piece of the risk in the energy market. Please look out for your ratepayers. Do your due diligence. Take your time. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'm David Martinez, a current Costa Mesa resident, and I'm with Climate Action Campaign. And I'm here because I support OCPA. I think it's a great option to get some renewable energy, to get some smart energy, and to get some affordable energy. First, let me start off with renewable energy. Laguna Beach recently adopted their climate action and adaptation plan, and I know that we're well on the way to doing that with our survey currently in progress, and I can tell you that that was a big part of their climate action plan and other climate action plans that I have seen, is to get our buildings to be powered by renewable energy. So this will be a great step towards that progress. I also wanted to talk about how affordable this could be for our residents who need it most. I think this will provide a fantastic option for many low-income residents who want to save a few dollars on their electricity bills. And not only for our residents, but I wanted to go to our local businesses. I'm probably going to get the numbers a little wrong, but I think the number of business accounts was about 6 times less, but used 2 times as much energy. And to me, that says businesses are using up a lot of energy, and if they have the chance, they can save a lot of money with the basic choice plan. This is going to be something that helps our low-income residents. This is going to be something that helps our local businesses, and I'm very hopeful to be someone who can benefit from that as well. The OCPA team has already talked about all the other community benefits that are available to cities like us, and I'm hoping that we don't drag our feet through this process. I'm hoping that we go quickly so that we can start when they say it's best to start, March 2027. I've seen many other processes before this city take a very long time, and I don't want that to happen again. I'm hopeful that we can push forward and that we can join OCPA as soon as we can, so we can start getting some affordable energy and some renewable energy. Thank you.
Anybody on Zoom?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. First speaker is Walter.
Walter, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, and city staff. My name is Walter Nobrega. This November, in SCE's delivery area, the AB 205 $24.15 utility fee will be on everyone's electric bill, few exceptions. SCE bundle customers will see a generation rate reduction of between 5 to 7 cents per kilowatt hour to offset the utility fee. The big question is, will the OCPA reduce their generation rate by the same amount to offset the utility fee? If not, OCPA customers will be paying the $24.15 fee and 5 cents per kilowatt hour or more than SCE rates in their basic choice and other tier rates. Ask the OCPA before you make a decision that would be devastating to your residents. The OCPA has spent $9,000 to $10,000 to see how much AB 205 will increase their rates and already has that answer. Make them answer the question before you get trapped. Do Costa Mesa residents don't expose residents to this mess? I urge the city of Costa Mesa to not join the OCPA. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
Phone number ending in 347.
347, you have the floor.
Hi.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm a current resident of Irvine and a former resident of Costa Mesa. I wasn't going to call in and comment. However, it is hard to just sit back and watch the OCPA continue to take advantage of city councils by their less than truthful and very misleading marketing materials. The idea that the OCPA conducted a study to see if your city will yield a positive outcome for them is laughable. It is you who should be getting an independent study to see if the OCPA is financially secure, lay out the risks associated with joining, the disadvantages of the OCPA by having no credit rating, and other options that are available to your city, such as your own community choice energy program. Don't you think it is strange that the OCPA did a study on your city, and they even said that they would pay for it? Wasn't that nice? Now ask them if they will pay for a study for you to do on them. And Mr. Castro, please take note. Irvine, Lake Forest, who is no longer with the OCPA, Fullerton, Huntington Beach, also no longer with the OCPA, the County of Orange, also gone, and Buena Park all paid for their own studies. Fountain Valley got roped in by their mayor at the time, and now a member on the board of the OCPA, by having a fundraiser held for him by the OCPA as he sought for re-election, paid for by the OCPA ratepayers. So unless your mayor is accepting a bribe from the OCPA, there is no sane reason why you would not get an independent study done. And I would also think that you would want to wait to see what Irvine plans to do, as they have a letter pending with the OCPA as an intent to withdraw. And I don't think it's going to be revoked because the mayor is dead set against getting out of the OCPA. Just knowing that 3 cities that had originally joined have now left should give you some legitimate concerns about joining this organization. It looks like you are the last Orange County city to be hit by the OCPA. What's the rush? Time is on your side. Please do your due diligence. Also, please consider, as a reference, the city of Huntington Beach, Lake Forest, and the County of Orange to see why they got out of this organization. Also, Google Joe Mosca, Sierra Madre, and Joe Mosca, Encinitas, and see what those communities had to say about the OCPA CEO and his history as a liar and a fraud. Their words, not mine. Thank you.
And next speaker is Harvey.
Harvey, you've got the floor.
Mayor, council members, and a special hello to Mayor Pro Tem Chavez. I'm Harvey Liss, a resident of Irvine since 1976 and a licensed professional civil engineer. I'm also an environmentalist who wants to save life on our planet, and OCPA will not help. Why? The electrical grid is saturated during the daytime with renewably generated energy. That's why SCE is waitlisting new subscribers to their green rate program until they can acquire more such contracts. And that will require battery backed up or hydraulic storage solar farms or more wind farms. SCE's renewables contract purchases are certified by a nonprofit organization called Green E Energy, created by the legislature. OCPA is exempt from requiring that certification. So OCPA can claim anything they want because they keep their contract secret, even after an NDA is signed. If OCPA claims that a subscriber is actually adding any renewable energy to the grid, it's more than likely not true. By far, the best thing the city of Costa Mesa can do to reduce fossil fuel consumption is to install solar panels with battery backup on city facilities and subsidize residential installations. Furthermore, renewably generated energy is now cheaper than fossil fuel energy. So the investor-owned utilities have already maximized their renewably generated energy on the grid. Hence, CCAs like OCPA are no longer needed. What's needed is energy from renewable sources when the sun ain't shining. Why does OCPA charge a premium for the highest tiers of renewables when it should be cheaper? SCE gives a substantial discount the way it should be. In fact, from SCE's green rate program, I've been getting since 2022 when I opted out of OCPA, a discount on the entire bill that increased from 5% to 19%. So OCPA has now changed their sales tactic. And rather than pushing their high-priced 100% renewables tier, they're promoting their basic rate while claiming a 3% discount compared to SC on their power generation, which is accurate. However, the whole truth, unsaid, is that generation is only 40% of the electric bill. So the net discount on the bill amounts to only 1.2%, a pittance. And that pittance is being subsidized by the unknowing subscribers who opt for a higher price tier. The now 70% of Irvine ratepayers who did not opt out of OCPA have paid an extra $30 to $40 million uselessly. Plus, if Costa Mesa joins OCPA, it will be exposing the city's ratepayers to a massive liability that they won't tell you about if OCPA goes bankrupt. Why not talk to another person who drives one, the city manager of Irvine? Getting your expert advice from OCPA is like the victim asking the scam artist for advice. Do some research. Talk to real people not involved with OCPA. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Craig, please.
Craig, how you doing?
Good, Mayor. How are you?
I'm well.
Great. Thank you, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Craig Preston, resident of Costa Mesa, 12 and a half years. And I've been waiting for these moments where we would move forward with clean energy options. Thank you for the meeting tonight. It has been stimulating to see the debates. I just want to reflect on, I do represent the Republican side of things here in terms of wanting climate to be addressed, but in ways that also make sense economically. And I've been watching CCAs build steam around the state and seeing that Orange County was the last county on the coast that didn't have the option. And so I'm so glad that I was at the first meeting years and years ago where it was introduced here in Orange County as an option for us, and glad that we are considering it tonight. Thank you, Councilman Gomeros, for talking about the heat wave that recently happened. I just looked up how in 1990 it was cost about $4 billion a year for energy for crisis events from the climate disruption. Then it went to 16 billion per year in 2010, and now we're at $27 billion per year on average in 2024. You might remember the fires that just wiped out major parts of Southern California. It's getting expensive and dangerous. We've talked about public safety tonight for our children. We've talked about electric bikes and NOx. In the same theme, I would like us to have three things here: affordable, reliable, and clean energy. SCE can provide reliable energy for the most part, but they've put me on a wait list. I can't get to a greener rate. OCPA would immediately give me the option of going to 100% renewable for my home here in Costa Mesa. And I want to mention that partly the problem with renewables is that we have a good problem. Up and down the coast, CCAs have created a demand for renewable energy, and therefore the providers are now building systems. I was just up in Fresno and Lancaster and seeing huge solar farms, and batteries, as that one speaker mentioned, are a key issue. And those things are coming online in huge ways. And so I'm glad that OCPA is looking in ways that making sure we're ready when that supply is there. But the demand in some ways created a problem because there were so many people hungry for that renewable energy. I'm one of those people. I'm hungry for renewable energy. So please consider this tonight, that we would move forward and accept the study and move forward. I'll say that timing is an issue because we have to get these three next meetings done before the end of the year, or we have to wait a whole additional year. And I really don't want to wait any longer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Jake, please.
Jake, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm here to speak on behalf of the 40-plus residents of Costa Mesa, including my family, as myself being born and raised here. My family's home here is off Salvador Street. I submitted to the council earlier today about 40-plus signatures, and since then I've received 15 or more. And this is just from my own outreach, from me personally, reaching out to residents, from friends and family. Since being born and raised here, I have connections throughout my 30 years now, going on strong. And this was only done really yesterday. I spent all day on my holiday off work to reach out to all my friends and family to get them to get on board, to educate them about OCPA. Several had questions. I fielded them. We answered those, went over those. And that was also while taking care of my 2-year-old and my recently born 3-month-old. Just me and my wife. We're just sitting at home. We've been feeling sick, so it was just us. That was in one day. If provided more time, I can get exponentially more, but please save me the time and energy. And again, like the previous speaker mentioned, I don't have to wait another year for my parents and all my friends and neighbors to get renewable energy. Solar is becoming more expensive for the homeowner in the US because the solar tax credit is going to be cut at the end of this year. My parents will not be able to afford to get solar in the home, as well as many others. And by having this renewable option, it'll be much cheaper. They could pay $10 more a month to get 100% renewables versus 15, 20 grand for solar panels. Also, joining the OCPA provides cost savings at 3% less than AC, like they mentioned. It provides Costa Mesa with energy independence, whereas right now SE is a monopoly. And again, when SE raises their rates, for whatever reason they seem fit, the residents have no say, the council has no say, whereas now with OCPA, they have a say. I would also add that I believe the feasibility study is very conservative and that much more than 10% of customers would actually opt into the renewable choice. I think by doing the smart choice was a conservative approach to show how to do this feasibility study, but I believe that more residents would actually opt into the renewable choice as well as several of these businesses for all the reasons mentioned. Especially as we continue to feel the effects of climate change, more and more folks are going to be more and more concerned. More and more parents and more friends and family like myself that are having kids are becoming more and more concerned. So please, I ask the council, let's act before the year is up. Let's get on board with OCPA, and let's do so before our neighborhoods are caught on fire. Thank you.
And our next
Thanks,
speaker
Jake.
is phone number ending in 613, please.
613, you got the floor.
Yes, hi, good evening. First I want to mention that climate change is happening on all the planets. You can look at Jupiter's big red storm and see that that's changing. And it's a fun fact that climate change is driven by the sun. And carbon emissions are actually good for the Earth. You know, the carbon parts per million right now is about 450 parts per million. And it was actually declining. And when the carbon hits about 150 parts per million, life on Earth dies. And you know what happens when carbon increases? Plants grow better. They produce more food. There's a lot of scare tactics, and I hear a lot of people acting in fear. I also find it very interesting that people who live in another city that have had such terrible experiences with this company are taking time out of their life, staying up till 11:15 at night, just to warn us about how terrible this company is. Climate change is a hoax, and it's being used to make money. And from what it sounds like, it's costing a lot of money. I am a fan of renewable energy. I have it on my house, and it's a hedge against the cost of power increasing. Now, Trump, the greatest president we've ever had, has recently cut renewable subsidies, and that's going to dramatically increase the price of this electricity. And I think that, you know, you're going to see bills in Edison go up because our moron governor used these subsidies to build the electrical grid, and our rates are going to go up 30-40% in 2 weeks. So I'd recommend that if you're concerned with energy costs, you look into renting a system and hedge your bet against it. Our current system is about close to 6 months old, and we're almost paying what we would be paying to Southern California Edison for our solar bill. It's not getting more expensive. It's actually cost effective. So it sounds like to me we should take the warning from the people who took time out of their lives to come warn us about this spam of a company selling snake oil, climate change, and carbon hysteria. And, you know, if you're concerned with the cost, get solar. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Close public comment.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion.
Sure. What's your motion?
I'd like to move to direct staff to draft an ordinance to be presented on the October 7th council meeting. It would be the first reading of an ordinance to join OCPA.
Seconded by Councilmember Reynolds. Can you speak on you want to speak on your motion?
Yeah, I mean, I think, first of all, it's late and getting later right now. So I'm not sure that we, heard from all the members of the public who might otherwise come out if it wasn't this late. But there's 200 plus cities across the state who are doing this CCA thing. This is not uncharted territory. CCAs up and down the state are very successful. This model has been proven. And I think, we've got to get through a first and second reading of an ordinance. So there's plenty more time for council members to have private meetings with OCPA and get all of their questions answered and get to a place where they feel comfortable with it. But at the same time, the clock is ticking, and I don't want to wait another year. I don't want to not be elected. This is a thing that I've long thought was really important for the city to do. And so I'd like to try to at least get the ball rolling. Like I said, there's a few more things that have to happen before we can officially join. As OCPA staff made clear, there are opt-out options, there are opt-down options. This emphasis on choice, I think, is really important. And then the other thing, just from my own professional experience that I've seen as it relates to programs, and this was touched on a little bit, but because they're a nonprofit, and unlike the investor-owned utilities, do not spend all of their money lobbying in Sacramento, that frees up a lot of funding to go back into the community and run low-income programs, run affordability programs, run energy efficiency programs. And so that is actually that ability to be creative and invent programs that work for our community is one of the huge selling points of CCAs for me. And so I'm excited for the opportunity to partake in that.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah, Councilmember Marr, would you include in the motion direction to bring this item in front of FIPAC for review and recommendations at their next meeting on September 10th?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. My comments were very similar to Councilmember Marr's. I know some of my colleagues, I don't know all, may know that we both work in the space and we interact, I think, with a lot of folks who are working on various clean energy efficiency, and other projects and programs across the country and in the state. When I think a really important part of the additional information to bring back to council is what some of the other CCAs are doing. OCPA is relatively young, and so I look at some of the older CCAs that have been around, I think 20 plus years now, and what they're able to do, reinvesting those monies that would normally go to shareholder profits, reinvesting those back into the community, through local governance, so they can design how those monies are used in those communities. It's, I have program envy. I think there's some real benefits for our community that we would be missing out on prolonging this. So there's no commitment with the motion, because we would continue discussing this in a first ordinance, and so I want to continue to pursue the opportunity for the benefits. I'm also focused on affordability, as Mayor Pro Tem Chavez mentioned, and I think there's a lot of real opportunities for that here. Thank you.
So I just have a quick question. That's all really good, but what the motion is that the logical next step? She has to create an ordinance. Is that what one does in this circumstance? An ordinance? I just want to make sure we're doing the right thing.
Yes, under the Public Utilities Code, an ordinance would be required. A resolution under the Joint Powers Authority Agreement of OCPA would also be required.
Sure.
We can draft those ordinances, that ordinance and resolution, and submit it to your city staff for inspection.
All right.
Also to your city attorney that can review it as well.
Thank you. Okay, I support the motion, however, and there have been a lot of statements were not made by the folks from Irvine and some others, and I'm not in a position to adjudicate those, but I do want to get to the bottom of those issues. You know, let's talk to the people from Huntington, Lake Forest, County of Orange. Let's scrub the numbers. But yeah, I mean, let's move the process forward. I don't want to kill it tonight, so I do support the motion.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens, and thank you again for joining us this evening. I know it's been a late night for a lot of you guys, both for and against OCPA. I too will be supporting the motion today, but I do want to make some things very clear. While I do appreciate the ability for CCAs to be hubs for renewable energy, my only focus is affordability. As someone who represents renters, as someone who has folks in neighborhoods who are struggling to live day by day, any dollar I can save them is important to me. And that's the only thing that matters to me when it comes to joining an OCPA. So I do want us, when we come back for that October item, to have us look at basic choice plan. And I'll be very honest when I say that might be the only way I join this organization. Not saying they don't do good work, but that's the only way that I see fit for my residents to join. I also want to see if we can negotiate some type of way to have an opt-out clause in OCPA in case things do change. I don't think they will, but in the chance that things do change and OCPA charges more than SCE, even at basic choice plan, I want an opt-out option. When I do speak to members of council in Irvine, part of their frustration, well, a lot of frustrations they have, but one of the frustrations they have is their inability to recoup their costs that they put into OCPA. Mind you, we're not investing the capital like they did, but that to me is something very, very important because I do not want to saddle our residents with more debt should that ever happen. And then I just want to make this point clear. In my perspective, it is irrelevant whether Irvine stays or leaves. That city is a city that I've been working with since I was 18 years old. I got my start at UC Irvine and actually working with Mayor Aaron. And I know that council's always had difficulties with itself. There's always a lot of infighting in Irvine. So I'm not really putting a lot of weight in that perspective. But I will say, for me, the bottom line is if I can save my residents money, then it's very important to me. If I cannot, I want a way to opt out safely for our residents. But that being said, I think there's a good opportunity for us to pursue. And yeah, I'm excited to see it move forward.
All right. Yes, Councilmember Gameros.
So I too have several questions about how your organization operates. And just so you know, I work for a nonprofit organization, and I will tell you right now that nonprofits are very profitable. So when you want to swing that bat around, just make sure Kaiser Permanente is a nonprofit organization and they're pretty strong. So I'm going to support this, but I'm just going to tell you right now, you got like 0.1% of my support. The other 49.9 is a no. I'm doing it hesitantly, and I want you guys to know that I have a lot of questions and a lot of reservations. That's all I have.
Okay, that didn't quite add up to 100, but that's I'm just trying to figure out what's 10% and 49.9.
John, quit adding it.
It's like it's too late for this. Any other council members have any comment before we call for the question? Okay, let's call for the question. Voice vote.
Councilmember Pettis?
51% no.
Councilmember Reynolds? Councilmember Marr?
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros?
Yes.
Councilmember Bewley?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-2 with Councilmembers Pettis and Bewley voting no.
All right, now, I'm going to make a motion that we take the rest of the agenda and we move it to next week, on the 9th, when we had a study session that just got canceled. We pick up the rest of the agenda and we take it up at 6 p.m. Obviously, without getting into the details, we have the option to do a 5 p.m. closed session on some of the items that we didn't get to there. But so that we do that, that's my motion. And if I get a second, I'll explain. Second. Okay, look at, it's, I don't know what time it is in Utah, but it's late. And it's tired, we're tired, and these are very important motions, and they require the full amount of our transparency. They're not the type of things that I want to vote on after midnight. So that's my motion. I got a second, Chavez. Can we call for the question?
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to note that we do have 2 closed session items that I would like to bring back, if that you could include those.
Yeah, I just said that. I just said, it's an option to bring them forward. Bring them forward.
Yes, sir.
We'll do 5 o'clock if we have to, however we want to do it. Okay,
Mayor?
call for the question.
Mayor? Oh,
Yes.
There is one public works contract on Fairview. I'm wondering if you'd be open to finishing that. I think that's a fairly brief one. Not Fairview Park. This is a Fairview Road.
I know, Fairview Road.
Rehabilitation
Can't we just,
project.
yeah, I mean, can we do that? Is there some time sensitivity where we need to do it now and not next Tuesday?
Mr. Mayor, we were trying to bring this actually at the last council meeting and we pushed it back. So it was almost a month ago. Then we pushed it back to this meeting. Pushing it back further, the contractor already told us that that he's concerned about the delay already.
Okay.
And so we are worried about the risk that he might back out.
Okay, thank you for bringing that up, Councilmember Reynolds. I will take that as a friendly amendment. I'll amend my motion, and we'll move the other 2 items to, if the motion passes, to next Tuesday, and then right now we'll take up the Fairview Road item, okay? Thank you for bringing that up, and thank you for your answer. Okay, so let's call for the question.
Councilmember Pettis? Yes. Councilmember Reynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Marr?
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros? Yes. Councilmember Bewley?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Okay, and
Okay, and then let's move forward with the Fairview Road item, which is new business item number 1.
award of the Fairview Road Active Transportation Rehabilitation Project, City Project number 25-10, and finding of California Environmental Quality Act categorical exemption.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
We'll have Ramin Koi, our senior engineer, first-time presenter here, make the presentation.
Be brief, please.
You say it's his first time?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you?
First time presenting, yeah.
Can you talk fast?
I can talk pretty fast.
Yeah, all right.
Okay.
Go.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Tonight I'll be brief, but I'll be sharing with you our Fairview Road Active Transportation and Rehabilitation Project. So a quick background on the project. The project takes place along Fairview Road and consists of active transportation improvements as well as pavement rehab from Fair Drive to Newport Boulevard. Currently, the section of Fairview from Fair to Wilson has 6 travel lanes, 3 in each direction, and then it's 4 lanes from Wilson down to Newport Boulevard. The posted speed limit along the street is 40 miles per hour. Fairview currently has excess roadway capacity. In other words, it's overbuilt compared to the actual traffic demand. The current 6-lane configuration of the street can handle about 45,000 cars per day. The volumes on this section of Fairview are about 13,000. So this provides an opportunity for the city to be able to implement multimodal improvements by taking the excess space and repurposing it for active transportation uses. So we'll just dive into some of the project features. First being that the project will implement a lane reduction on Fairview Road between Fair and Wilson, taking it from 6 lanes down to 4 lanes. And this will, even with this reduction, the capacity on the roadway will be more than adequate to facilitate all the cars that are traveling through the street. The resulting 4 lanes will be also narrowed, and all the excess space will be repurposed to construct robust Class 4 cycle tracks, also known as protected bike lanes, similar to the ones that were installed on Merrimack, on Bristol, and also most recently on Placentia. And so the rendering here on the top shows what Fairview currently looks like, 3 lanes in each direction with bike lanes, and the bottom is the proposed condition, 2 lanes in each direction with cycle tracks on each side. The project will also implement high visibility crosswalks for pedestrians, green bicycle conflict markings, and green bicycle crosswalks. A new crosswalk is proposed between Fair and Wilson along Fairview, just north of Valley Forge, with a supplemental pedestrian refuge island, which is essentially like a passageway through the center median, as well as a pedestrian hybrid beacon, also known as a hawk signal, that will be what controls the crosswalk. So the photo here shows the hawk signal that was installed on Merrimack. We also have one on Arlington at Lions Park, as well as on Wilson Park. The project will also construct the city's first 2 transit boarding islands adjacent to that new crosswalk. Transit boarding islands are dedicated platforms that improve safety and accessibility for those that ride the bus, and they maintain the cycle track continuously behind the platform, and they provide operational efficiency for buses. This photo shows a boarding island in the city of Santa Ana, adjacent to Santa Ana College on North Bristol Street. There will also be traffic signal modifications at the intersection of Fairview and Wilson, most notably the city's first bicycle signal for the southbound Fairview approach toward the intersection. There will also be new yellow retroreflective border backplates, yellow borders, on all the signals, signal heads at the intersection. This brings enhanced visibility to the signals, especially during nighttime conditions, and accessible pedestrian signals, APS push buttons for ADA accessibility. There will also be new median landscaping in the center median, new trees, new shrubs with pretty flowers during the spring and summertime. Those will be a product. These photos show the plantings that will be on the project. Just quickly going over some of the project benefits. The Class 4 cycle track will enhance safety by providing separation, both horizontally and vertical separation, between bicyclists and vehicles. The project will improve safety and accessibility for pedestrians through the new crosswalk and hawk signal. Transit operational improvements via the transit boarding islands. The city's first bicycle signal will reduce bicyclist exposure at the intersection of Fairview and Wilson. And the repurposing of all of the excess capacity and the narrowing of lane widths has the potential to reduce excessive speeding along the street. In total, the project is consistent with the active transportation plan and City Council's goals and priorities. So the project was advertised for construction in late March, and the bid opening took place on May 7th, 2025. 10 bids were received, and the lowest bidder was Harding Harper Incorporated, with a low bid amount of $2,860,000 and an average bid amount across all 10 bidders of $3.2 million. Staff anticipates that the project construction will be complete in spring of 2026. In total, the contract amount for the project is $3,146,000, which includes 10% contingency. The funding for the project has already been budgeted, and it consists of state grant funding, so it is a state-funded project, gas tax, traffic impact fee, and OCTA's Measure M2 fair share funds. In conclusion, staff is recommending that the City Council make a finding of a categorical exemption for, under the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, pursuant to the CEQA guidelines, section 15301, to adopt a plan, specifications, and working details for the project, award a public works agreement for construction to Harding Harper in the amount of $2,860,000, and authorize a 10% contingency for the project for unforeseen costs, and authorize the interim city manager and the city clerk to execute the PWA for Harding Harper and future amendments to the agreements within council authorized limits. Thank you, and hope that was fast enough.
Yeah, you do talk fast. That's good. Do you always talk fast, or do you?
I can.
Yeah, you can. That's good. That's good. Take some breathing exercises, I guess.
Yeah.
Anyway, well done. Any questions?
I do.
Okay. Councilmember Gamero.
Thank you for your presentation. Swift. Can you go to slide 5 for me, please?
Yes.
All right, the hawk signal there, it looks like you're choking it down to 1 lane. Am I seeing that right, or is that just the artist's rendition and that's what you used?
So this is the existing Hawk signal at Merrimack Way. So this is already what's out there right now on Merrimack. This project will not be.
Oh, this is
bringing it down-
on Merrimack.
Yeah, it's
Yes,
just
this
shown
is
as
not
an
a rendering.
example.
This is an actual photo.
Okay, never mind. Now I know where you're at. I'm thinking that this was on Fairview. Never mind. Okay, that's all I got. Thanks.
Councilmember Pettis.
Has there ever been a study to determine how many people actually board the bus on this part of the street?
Yeah, we have those volumes, but not right here. But that's something that we can give to you. We can send to you afterwards. I don't have those numbers on me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, if there's no other questions.
I have
Oh,
my,
sorry, yes.
Yeah, I was going to respond to that. I don't have the numbers handy, although I could probably look it up in 5 minutes. My understanding is from a recent meeting with OCPA that Fairview Road is our highest volume transit usage. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And then this stretch of project, I was looking at a map because I know a lot of the early discussions were about our routes to school. And so this stretch of project goes by College Park, so 2 elementary schools, College Park and Davis Magnet School, the middle school, Costa Mesa High School, Orange Coast College, and I know that there's an autism kind of center at the bottom of it. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think so.
But you can answer.
Yeah, I can answer any questions for the bus boardings and buses on this corridor. So this is indeed the busiest bus corridor in the city. And at peak times, there's actually 11 buses in the southbound direction and 9 buses in the northbound direction. Per an hour. That's per an hour. Does that answer your question, Councilmember?
So is that it's the busiest bus route? Is it a busy street too?
It's the average daily traffic volume is significantly lower than the capacity, and I could let Ramin answer that.
But you just said the bus traffic's the heaviest.
The bus traffic is the heaviest in the city, that's correct.
So a lot of people are riding the bus and nobody's driving on it.
I wouldn't go as far as to say that. I would say that it's the highest number of buses per an hour of any road in the city of Costa Mesa.
All right, I'm not trying to big time you, but.
No, that's a good question, Councilmember Pettis.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Got a question?
Of course.
Yeah, it just occurred to me as I'm talking. So you determined that it's overbuilt or underutilized for the lanes that are out there right now. When you guys do that type of analysis, do you also project out into the future? I mean, tonight we were approving 42 units off of Bear Street or whatnot, and we've got the Hive coming in and FDC in the future. How's that factor?
Sorry, it's really hard to hear you.
How does that? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Apologize. So when you guys do your analysis on underutilization or overutilization, do you project out on some of the anticipated increased traffic flow and increased needs in the not too distant future if we get projects into breaking ground mode?
So Councilman Beauty, I'll start that response. So we do look at the future too. So we look at actually city build out of what we can expect, and we have those numbers too, and it's significantly less than even a 4-lane roadway capacity. And we have traffic models that predict how much that is, and that's under 20,000 in this section of Fairview. It goes up as you go further north, but in this tail end section of the city, it does go down significantly. And we check this with OCTA also, because when we make this kind of changes to a roadway system, we need to get their approval because it's in the master plan. So they also confirmed that, yeah, it can be reduced to what we are suggesting, and they concurred with our recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
One last question. Sorry,
Yes.
but if we're doing a future study, and we have the Fairview Development Center, we do 4,000 units versus 2,000 units. How are we able to determine, if we don't know which one we're going to do, how are we able to predict based on not knowing?
Well, that's a good question. So the reason why we are comfortable about this section is because of where it's located. It's south of Fair Drive. It's not north of Fair Drive. So even the Fairview Development Center traffic, even if it goes, there is more traffic on maybe on Fair Drive and areas to the north along Harbor, but not on this segment of Fairview.
You don't think overflow will hit?
That wouldn't have any impact on this particular segment.
All right, Raj. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, good. Did we open it up to public? Well, let's open it up to the public. Yes. Commissioner, take your time.
Thank you. Yeah, just want to comment in support of this item. This will be a great addition to our city's active transportation network. It's, you know, sometimes for Bike Month, I have to go all the way to Santa Ana in order to see some very nice bicycle infrastructure. I'm referring to the bicycle traffic signals and the transit boarding island. It'll be very nice to see it here in Costa Mesa as well. I'm very excited, so I'm hopeful that we can approve this and get this going. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody on Zoom?
Yes. Andrew, please.
Andrew, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Stevens, honorable city council members. Tonight I speak in strong favor of this project, which is, in my view, is a long overdue public safety project. You've heard tonight about the capacities, and as you're no doubt aware, Fairview is a vital conduit that conveys members of our community to City Hall, police department, vital business opportunity zones, high schools, community colleges, and myriad events conducted at the Orange County Fairgrounds. You can well imagine the different types of transportation modes that are used along that conduit, including buses, cars, bicycles, electric bikes, scooters, and pedestrians. And we've already proven in other places of the city that the safety benefits of separating the various modes of transportation have proven to be huge opportunities for increasing safety, not only for bicycles and pedestrians, but also, importantly, vehicles. So this is not just an active transportation project, but this is safety for everyone. Now, there's one thing I want to touch on that you may not have gleaned from some of the information that you've heard tonight, but this section of Fairview is 6 lanes that cut right through residential zoning. So along the majority of that project, we have high-density residential properties on the east side and single-family properties on the west side. The residents on the east side of Fairview that walk to school, say at College Park Elementary School, their path requires that they traverse all 6 lanes of vehicle traffic without the benefit of any engineering controls right now. Currently, there are no crosswalks or signals within that half-mile between Wilson and Fairview. So this project solves a real significant safety oversight. And I hope you agree with me that public safety benefits of this project are obvious and irrefutable, and that you vote in favor of this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker's phone number ending in 613, please.
613, you have the floor.
Please don't ruin another road in Costa Mesa. What you've done to West 19th Street is an absolute failure. I don't understand the need to destroy city streets by the city council. I don't understand. You just ruin everything. Fair Street between Fairview between Newport Boulevard and Fair is basically an off-ramp for the freeway, and there is quite a bit of traffic, and you will condense it. I'm also concerned. One of the things I had issue with the 19th Street project was I wasn't noticed, and I lived in the neighborhood nearby. I'm wondering if the city sent out notices to the residents who live along this corridor. Are we not doing that? I believe there's a 500-foot radius that these residents need to be notified. I hope that we did notify them, because what you guys did in 19th Street is not popular. People hate it. Go read next door and just, read all the comments. The only people that like it were the previous two speakers who read the comments, and the Costa Mesa Alliance for Better Streets, the CM ABS, which puts the BS in Costa Mesa. You guys are ruining our streets. Are the people that ride the bikes, do they have to pay registration for the streets? Ride the bikes? We have to pay to ride on the streets, and our tax money goes away to bike lanes that no one's going to use. How are we going to deal with the fair traffic? Is that going to be impacted? Just stop taking away lanes that people can drive on. Just stop it. It's absolutely maddening what you guys are doing. You're ruining the city. Everything you've done has been an absolute failure. I believe what you guys did to the east side helped get Pettis elected and knocked Harlan off the council. So take some advice. There's an election coming up, and Chavez or Grandma supposed to run for mayor, or Reynolds or somebody, and this is going to be used against you. So here's some free political advice. Don't ruin Fairview. Thank you.
Next speaker, Cynthia, please.
Cynthia, you have the floor.
Hey, good evening again. Andrew Barnes basically said everything that I was going to say. This is something that, oh gosh, I think it was part of the general plan update back in 2015. So this is a long time coming. It's going to be a good connection to the other paths that are going to be in front of Orange Coast College and the high school and the fairgrounds. The one thing it does not do is it does not improve the roadway up here in the northern part of Fairview Road, which has been long neglected. We have, it is a heavily used bus route. It is used by emergency vehicles. It is used by trucks, and it has an incredible amount of potholes all the time, heaving curbs, landscaping that looks like it's been completely forgotten or it's something out of a Dr. Seuss book. And I'm going to go out and I'm going to start planting flowers in the potholes. And John, I think this is your territory. I've been told that this is a result of OCTA failing to do the work that it was supposed to do in connection with the freeway widening. And maybe we need to get together and do a little walk on there. But it's getting to the point where it's ridiculous on Fairview Road. You need to do something about the upper part. Thank you.
And the next speaker is Craig, please.
Craig, you have the floor.
Hello, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. I am a biker that travels on that road often, and I long for some safety. It is 3 lanes each way, which I drive it as well, and rarely do I see all 3 lanes being used. I'm glad you got some statistics on that of how it's like a third of the capacity. I think that's a beautiful location to improve. I'll give a shout out to Mayor Righeimer, who led the way for us to improve Broadway so that we can go east-west across Costa Mesa safely. And now we'd have a chance to go north-south safely. So please pass that.
No further speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make the motion to approve.
Yeah, give me just one quick second. Close public comment, and then you're going to have to negotiate with
That's fine. I'll second.
Councilmember Reynolds. She was going to make a motion, but you can make the motion, Councilmember Marr.
Thank you. I'd like to move to approve staff recommendation.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Reynolds. Okay, do you have anything to say?
This is between this and the lakes. This is basically Christmas morning for District 3. These are both projects that have been long awaited. I used to live on Fairview. I'm really excited about this, and thank you so much for staff for bringing it. That's all I've got. I'll keep it short because I'd like to go to sleep.
Yes, and Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah, also very excited about this project. I've already mentioned the number of schools that this project touches from kindergarten through college. I do remember one of the years that I participated in Walk to School with College Park, we learned that none of the kids living east of Fairview walk to school, and it was because they could not cross this lane. And so all of those kids have to get driven to school. So I'm really excited to see, one, how this project helps to reduce the speeds, increasing the comfort, reducing noise on this road, and also how this increases the walk to school rates and decreases traffic on school mornings. So very excited. Thank you to staff and the Active Transportation Committee members who gave a lot of input on this project as well.
All right, it's a good project, long time coming. Let's call for the question.
Councilmember Pettis.
No.
Councilmember Reynolds. Councilmember Marr.
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros. Yes. Councilmember Bewley. Yes. Mayor Pro Tem Chavez.
Yes.
Mayor Stevens.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Pettis voting no.
Okay, now, hold on. So we're adjourning the meeting in honor and memory of Allison Castillo. So may she rest in peace, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for bringing her name up for this purpose.
So we're adjourning to the next regular meeting, which will now be the 9th, or we're adjourning to that?
Yeah.
For purposes of the city
Well,
clerk?
my motion's on the record, so we just adjourned, as I said.
Yeah.